speak up. And I would like to ask for a 15 minutes caucus break before we proceed. Thank you. And wherever time you want to go home late today, we can sit. We'll crunch 10 minutes. And your time starts now.
motion yet. Councillor Libatlang, you are the one who asked for a caucus. Please give us feedback.
The same thing will be done across Joburg. It's understood.
But is that not changing the motion?
Councillor Libatlang.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We have spoken. We are all clear. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillors, we are resuming on item 35, which is the performance assessment report for the finance for the period October to December 2024, right with item 36, which is an oversight report of the Section 79 Finance Committee on the 2024-25 second quarter performance assessment report of the Group Finance Department and Group Information Department for period October to December 2024.
Thank you, Secretary. Councillor Avan Smith, we are streaming right now. I would like to call the member in charge, Councillor Edward.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. All protocols observed. I rise to table the oversight report of the Finance Section 79 Committee on the second quarter performance reports for the period October to December 2024. The analysis of the department's second quarter report against the annual SDPIP and its own scorecards shows that the department achieved only 8 out of 15 KPIs. And 4 out of 6 service standards. The revenue collection rate dropped to 84%, Madam Speaker, missing the 87.7% target and decreasing from the previous quarter's 86.8%. The total outstanding debt has risen to 60.7 billion, with water-related debt increasing to 32 billion. The city's cash or cost coverage ratio dropped from 10 days in 2023-2024 to just 4 days in the second quarter of 2024-2025, far below the 30-day target and the National Treasury guideline for 1 month. Madam Speaker, the way in which we pay our debtors has dropped. Our creditors has dropped as a city, and we need to improve on that as well. The department did not achieve its target of paying 100% of valid invoices within 30 days. In the second quarter, 75.15% of invoices were paid compared to 78.82% in the previous quarter. There has been a downward trend highlighting the cash flow management problems currently being experienced by the city. Financially, the revenue up to the second quarter amounted to 40.6 billion. The operating expenditure for the year amounted to 39.7 billion. The capital expenditure incurred by the end of the second quarter amounted to 2.1%. It is with concern that the committee notes that by the end of the second quarter, there were still some departments who had not had any expenditure, while the Johannesburg Development Agency recorded spending of 111%. over the budget. Looking at the expenditure from the various grants, there was 38% spent from the Urban Settlement Development Grant, still no spending reported for the Public Transport Network Grant, 20.5% spent on the Informal Settlement Upgrading Partnership Grant, and 94.26% spent from the Neighborhood Development Partnership Grant. Thank you, Madam Speaker, as I table these reports.
Thank you, Member in Charge. ACDP, Councillor Nkonza.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Shalom, shalom. Allow me to first acknowledge our Almighty God, eternally existent in three persons, God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit. To also greet the Executive Mayor in absentia, all councillors, ACDP constituents, the residents of our beloved city of Johannesburg. I greet you all in the wonderful name of our Lord and Savior, King Jesus, the Prince of Peace. Amen.
Amen.
Allow me to first quote again from my guiding manual, the Holy Bible, from the book of Matthew 23, verses 25 to 28. It reads as follows: first clean the inside of the cup and dish, and then the outside also will be clean. Woe to you, teachers of the law and Pharisees, you hypocrites! You are like whitewashed tombs, which look beautiful on the outside, but in the inside are full of bones of the dead and everything unclean. The ACDP caucus notes Q2 performance assessment report for Finance Department for the year 24-25 financial year with the overall 53% performance. However, our major focus will be on the revenue collection. The ACDP family believes that the decline in revenue collection can be traced back to the introduction of Project Phakama, which was imposed on the city without sufficient consideration of its long-term implications. While the project aimed to streamline revenue collection and enhance customer service through an integrated billing system, it ultimately failed to achieve these objectives. Instead of improving efficiency, the centralized approach led to significant billing, poor customer service, and a growing frustration. The failure of Project Phakama not only weakened the city's ability to collect revenue effectively, but eroded public trust in the municipality's financial management system. This misstep has had a sustainability. However, the ACDP is encouraged by the recent decision to return billing responsibilities to the relevant municipal entity, as outlined in the SDB's KPI number 7. This move signals a much-needed course correction that could restore accountability, improve accuracy in revenue collection, and ultimately enhance service delivery. Decentralized for service provision is a step in the right direction, as it allows for better oversight, greater efficiency, and a more responsive experience. The ACDP remains hopeful that this restructuring will continue. Urges the administration to ensure a smooth transition to prioritize transparency, efficiency, and in the interest of the residents. As the ACDP will continue to pray and work life for our residents, crime-free, well-maintained and clean city of Johannesburg. God bless Africa. God bless South Africa. Where literally there is no country. We also pray for the peace in the Middle East, the Palestinians, Israel, Amen. Her people, and the unconditional release of all the remaining hostages. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonza. Freedom Fund Plus, Councillor Boo.
Well done, my brother. Nice one. Someone's calling you.
Good morning to you, Madam Speaker, fellow councillors, all protocol reserved. Madam Speaker, If I go on a Saturday morning to Checkers to buy my weekly or my monthly groceries, and I fill up my trolley, and I walk out of the doors without paying, there are going to be consequences. They're going to arrest me, they're going to charge me, they're going to find me guilty, and I'm going to end up in jail. Madam Speaker, why is it so that 16% of our city reckons that we do not need to pay for our services? We can receive services from the city, water, electricity, sanitation, and a few other services, but we do not pay for that. And Madam Speaker, every month, every quarter, I'm hammering on collection rate. National Treasury's target is 95%. The city's target is 87%. In quarter one, we nearly achieved that, 86.8%. In quarter two, it dropped down to 84%. And if we do not collect our billings, it hampers our service delivery. Every single report of every department in the city complains about budget restraints. We do not have money to render the services that we are ought to service. And this needs to change. If you look in the second quarter report, our cash reserves have gone down to 1.8 billion. It's purely an academic figure. Our cash cost to cost ratio is 4 days. So we got 4 days money in the bank to pay our creditors. The norm is, I think, 30 days. But that norm is not even important anymore. The most important one, and that is reflected, because you can have money in your bank. If you don't pay your bills, you will have money in your bank. Our creditors' payment term, which should be 30 days, is standing at 85 days. So our creditors have to wait 85 days before they get paid. And that is why they stop rendering services to the city, and that influences back again onto our residents. So we are spiraling down, and this spiral downwards has to stop. We have spent last year 400 million rand to debt collectors, and still our collection rate is down. So that is also, as far as I'm concerned, wasteful expenditure. We've got nothing to see for that. And Madam Speaker, the most concerning item in this report is, yes, we are showing a surplus of 895 million for the quarter. Great stuff. But if you go into the details, our debt impairment reduced by 1.2 billion. And everybody can understand, if we collect less, our bad debts will go up. No, according to the report, it went down. It went down by 1.25 billion. And the reason for that is, and we read it in the body of the report, we did not make provision for bad debts write-offs from October to December. And that is very concerning. So based on this report, we have an 895 million surplus. We are making an assumption for our adjustment budget. We are basing our New Year's budget on those figures while we did not make provision for an expense. This is shocking. We cannot have this type of report showing a surplus while in fact we made a loss for the quarter. Madam Speaker, this is very, very, very concerning. It just cannot be. And then we tell in the report that when we collect 84% against a target of 87, we narrowly missed our target. Madam Speaker, we did not narrowly miss our target. We missed it by a Musa margin, because that narrowly, that 3.7% shortfall cost us 644 million rand in the quarter. Madam Speaker,
30 seconds remaining.
If we do not acknowledge our problems and we call it a narrowly miss, we are really going on the bad path. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Paul. Action is A, Councillor Nkonin.
Ngibonge somlomo Mvelase. Ngibingelele amakhansela kulomkhandlu. Ngibingelele nalabo abasivakashele nabasibukele neintatheli nezakhamuzi zakuleli dolobha kwaNdonga ziyaduma.
kuphela amazinyo endoda kwanyama ayipheli. Ngizothi nje nqampu somlomo angeke ngibe mude yize ngimude. Ubeseshilo usihlalo wethu ukansela Edward usihlalo chairperson we section 79 wezezimali. So ngalokho ke angeke ngisho okuningi. Ke ukansela Edward so loke efikile kunoshintsho nenguquko kakhulu. Ungibona ngibamba kanje ngesikamageba ngenzela ukuthi kube khona abangezwa lutho. Ngibonge ke speaker, ngibonge ukansela Edward, ngithulela isiqoko. Action SA knows the report.
The answer, Madam Speaker, as the custodian of the legislature within this council, the responsibility to address these violations resides within your office. We as the Democratic advocates for good governance and financial prudence request that you consider the provisions under the Act
cases of successfully stipulated guidelines and resolved 70% of complaints against 50%. Crucially, the backlog of unresolved cases saw an exceptional reduction of 45%, greatly surpassing the target of 10%. Numbers are not merely set confidence in new trends. Nevertheless, even amidst recurring underinvestment in essential infrastructure,
you are like whitewashed tombs which look beautiful on the outside, but in the inside is empty. The standard operating procedure, SOP of the unit, which allows for a 6-month period to finalize, is an OCOJ/25 has still not been concluded. What is even we stand here representing the voices. How long must our brothers and sisters suffer at the hands of self-proclaimed? We make them to run a bigger city. What are we saying to our residents? As the ACDP caucus, we will continue to raise these injustices, and we continue to, especially our soldiers in the system DRC, into somewhere the 6th economic release of the hostages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rise to speak on item complaint resolution.
They are facing at the moment. Speaker, this report speaks about providing emotional support to councillors on the as economic freedom fighters. We don't need emotional support. We need a white paper that will table strategic planning on how councillors are going to be protected. We don't even need surrogate survey. We need, with regard to the community participants, through online platform, the department should face the reality. People are not waiting. Please come up with a basic and affordable we approve and meetings to Chief Whip, Councillor Mthembu for Zulu, 12 chairs, Councillor Marema, 12 committees of Section 79, all MMCs, the tallest executive mayor in the city of Johannesburg, Councillor Dada Morero, fellow Kanu, report for the city of Johannesburg legislature, item 38 over on the 2024-2025 second quarter budget and performance, item 39 oversight report of the OCOL on the 2024-2025. Allow me to raise this from the perspective of revolutionary civic movement. We wish to continuously reaffirm our support to you, the executive mayor, during this time of you must remain resolute in fighting against this daily deliver and will continue to benefit from your hard work and commitment. This type of debate, because the speaker has stepped down, and if we allow people to make comments after the speaker has stepped down, then we're going to have problems.
Councillor Rapadu, I did the same for you yesterday.
No.
Councillor Rapadu, I'll remind you, I did the same for you yesterday, Councillor. I did the same for you yesterday.
But I thought it's a new day.
I offended Councillor Mazibugo when I did the same for you.
It's a new day.
Respectful Councillor, please take a seat. So we continue with the business of the day. I did the same for you yesterday. Please sit down. So look at the fancy Councillor. Ungenzele into efanayo izolo baze bakushaya ngapha ngoba ungenzele kanjalo nami.
I respect my speaker's fine, but it's a new day, and we must do things different. It's a new day.
Ay, Councillor Rapadu. charge, acting member in charge, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to thank Councillor Mthembu, please hold on, Councillor Khaimile.
I will go to Councillor, sorry.
No, thanks very much, Madam Speaker. I think that before the member in charge can close the debate, I just want to quote one of the things that was said by the chair in regard to which what committees that are composing with that 1,000 rand. We feel that now what councillors can make a huge difference with that 1,000 rand just put into the councillors so that they can able to do the speaker's list. Remember that now when
Councillor, you are not in the speaker's list now.
Remember,
Councillor Khaimile, you are not in the speaker's list now. Councillor Khaimile was one portable. One portable in there. Wena Councillor Raphael, wena. Acting member in charge, Councillor Mthembu.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the researchers, the coordinators, and Section 79 committee, as well as, before I sit down, Speaker, I'd like to thank the MMC, for responding promptly yesterday with the flooded house in Ward 92, as well as I'd like to thank the Executive Mayor and MMC Nobuhle for delivering the title deed for the Greater Ivory Park incident. As I sit down, Speaker, I'd like Council to note and approve the report. Thank you. So, Speaker, one more thing, Speaker. Sorry. I'd like to wish our chair, Mr. Bay, a speedy recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, acting member in charge. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 37.9 and 38.10. Recommendations for item 39 and item 40, the recommendations are on page 39.3 and 40.6 are the items agreed to. Thank you, Councillors.
Councillors, we proceed with item 41, and that's the joint oversight visit by the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Development Planning and Transport to Orange Farm Public Transport Facility on the 8th of November 2024. Also moving to item 42, which is the joint oversight visit by the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Development Planning and Transport to Orange Farm Stormwater Management on the 8th of November 2024. Also item 43 is also a joint oversight visit by the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Governance, Finance, and Municipal Public Accounts and Transport, Canadian and Wayne Street, which was formerly called Bridge Street, on the 22nd of November 2024. And lastly, item 34, which is an oversight visit report of the Section 79 Finance Committee to Randburg Revenue Center on the 24th of January 2025.
Thank you, Secretary of Council. The different whips from all the different political parties agreed that there will be no speakers. I'll just read the recommendations. The recommendations are on pages 41.7, 42.5 to 42.6, 43.7, 44.8 are the items agreed to. Thank you, Councillor.
We move to item 45, which is the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report, reflecting bids considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period of 1st October 2024 to 31st December 2024.
The first speaker for this item is from the DA, Councillor Peterson.
Thank you, Speaker. My time starts now, I take it. I I stand before you for item number 45, being the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Acquisition Status Report reflecting bids considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period 1st of October 2024 to 31st of December 2024. Speaker. I start off to say that dark clouds have descended over Johannesburg. That is a metaphor, not a weather report. Some of us may remember the movie Groundhog Day, and coincidentally, my whip from the committee used the same analogy. I'd just like to go a little bit deeper into it. This is a film from 1993 starring Bill Murray. This was quite a funny film. Some of you may remember it. And he was playing the character Phil Connors, who is a cynical weatherman, trapped in a time loop, reliving the same day, February the 2nd, over and over again in the small town of Punxsutawney, Pennsylvania. Initially frustrated, Phil uses the loop for personal gain, but he eventually grows tired of its emptiness. Over time, he learns to improve himself and help others and embrace kindness and humility. His transformation ultimately breaks the cycle. This item feels like Groundhog Day because at least one of the items is appearing here again. And again, it was not served to the Finance Committee before appearing here. So once again, I must raise my concerns in the chamber as opposed to in the committee. In most of the committees, councillors from all sides of this chamber have expressed their concern for Johannesburg and need for urgent measures to be implemented to arrest the decay. I hope one day this chamber will put our residents and the city first and use our vote wisely. On Annexure A of table item number 45, there is a table indicating what appears to be a duplication of the stationery supply item that was noted on the 30th of January in this chamber, 2025. The contract number is the same, the suppliers are the same, so is the description of and the amount being 45 million rand. This is 45 million rand for the supply, delivery and offloading of stationery stock items to the city for a period of 3 years on an as and when basis. A duplication of this is what we should expect every quarter, and then this implies that Cllr, and not the city, is spending in the region of 180 million rand per year on stationery. To put that into perspective, this is 570,000 rand a day on paper, pens, pencils, and paper clips. Speaker, through you, if the MMC knows what we are doing with all the stationery, please let the council know in your response that we are buying paper. To put these numbers into perspective, a box of paper from Macro costs 389 rand. 570,000 rand a day works out to 1,464 boxes of paper every day, each containing 5 reams, each ream is 500 sheets of paper. This works out to 3,660,000 sheets of paper every day. So on one hand, we are budgeting to use 80 million sheets of paper per month, no exaggeration. And on the other hand, we are spending well over R1 billion on Azure, SAP, and support to go paperless. Please help me understand what all this paper is being used for. I hope Section 55 of the Systems Act indicates that as head of administration, the municipal manager of a municipality is subject to the policy direction of the municipal council and is responsible and accountable for the formation and development of an economical, effective, efficient, and accountable administration that is equipped for the implementation of the IDP, municipal performance system, and respond to the needs of local communities. So all of us, from the legislature, the executive, and officials, are responsible and accountable. The date that the executive adjudication approved this contract, committee approved this contract, was 16 months after the closing date. I take this as further confirmation that this is a contract that is being automatically renewed each quarter, as it is a 3-year contract. Given that we have seen this in January and again today, one can extrapolate that the 36 bidders have effectively scored a lucrative deal worth 540 million rand to deliver and offload stationary stock items for 3 years on an as and when required basis. Please help us understand. If there's not much as and when, for example, during December, are we still paying that 45 mil? Is this the case now more than ever? I'm recommending to the mayor and the city manager to make the bid specification documents available to council to interrogate before the ratepayer money is spent on as and when. I conclude. In reflecting on the recurring challenges within the city's supply chain management, it is impossible to ignore the parallels to Groundhog Day. The persistent appearance of certain items like the stationary supply contract raises serious concerns about questionable spending practices, such as the allocation of the 180 million rand annually for stationery, while simultaneously investing heavily in paperless systems like Azure and SAP. These inefficiencies underscore the urgent need for transparency and accountability in the tender process. It is imperative that the administration takes decisive action to revise the supply chain management policy. Addressing these shortcomings to ensure ratepayer funds are used effectively, strengthening oversight mechanisms is crucial to fostering fiscal responsibility and delivering better outcomes for the residents of Johannesburg. Unfortunately, given the lack of change since I last raised my concern in January, the Democratic Alliance calls on the voter to give the city of Johannesburg any hope. The Democratic Alliance notes this report with concern. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Bo.
Good morning again, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on item 45, the acquisition report for supply chain management. And I want to start this morning with an actual story that is not a story, it's a fact. Last year, this time, when the Freedom Front was campaigning in Region B, Fairland, Northcliffe area, it was about peak time traffic on a weekday afternoon. When a car stopped at our point, a car which is probably valued much more than my residential property is valued, and a very nice man, a black man, walked out of the car and he started to chat to us. And we had a long chat, and he said he will forever put his votes to the ANC because he said the city of Johannesburg made me stinking rich. And he was an attorney. He's probably one of the attorneys that is part of the 400 million rand debt collection panel. Madam Speaker, I rise on this acquisition supply chain management in the city of Johannesburg. It is probably one of the darkest departments. We don't know what is going on there. But what is very strange here, in this report, it seems to me that Cllr only awarded 4 tenders in Q2. If you look at the KPIs of group finance, the average number of days from advertising to awarding a tender on an 80-20 procurement process is 641 days. That is roughly 2 years. That is on an 80-20 procurement process. I assume those processes here are the 90-10 processes. They should even take longer. The target is 90 days, and we're doing those awards in 641 days. So I don't know how we're going to get to this. And then we see on this report the triple BEE levels. Now remember, councillors, this first tender that was awarded was for the provision of supply, delivery, and offloading of stationary stock items. The bidders were, and I'm going to read the name of the bidders, Chonko Cleaning Services, they bid for stationery. Joman Construction and Projects, they bid for stationery. Kungumusu Training and Projects, they bid for stationery. Maduma Civil Works, they also bid for stationery. Makulu Library Furniture Manufacturers, they also bid for the stationery award. Rems, Mams Construction and Projects, they also want to bid for the stationery. And I can carry on. to Mamania, hygiene, food, and security solutions. They also want to supply stationery. And then we can carry on. Twala,
8
Sun,
seconds remaining.
construction and projects, they also bid for stationery. Madam Speaker, I want to stand up in council and say, our residents are not wanting BEE appointment. They do not want tenderpreneurs using and misusing the city's money. Our residents want efficient service at an efficient and a realistic price. And there's a song in English that says, it is time to say goodbye. Madam Speaker, it is time to say goodbye to BEE and triple BEE and tenderpreneurs and get the work done efficiently. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Po. Action essay, Councillor Nkunyin.
Ngibonge Speaker. Bengizoqhubeka ngesikamageba kodwa ngithi ake ngize nganeno futhi bazongizwa abanye. All protocol observed. Madam Speaker, I rise on item 45. Madam Speaker, the city needs to move away from storing items in various stores and move towards the direct supply of stationery to entities through the service providers. Many issues relating to dead stock and supply chain mismanagement were picked up by the Section 79 Finance Committee during our oversight visit to Smith and Main Reef stores. Paper stock had to be thrown into a cage outside to make way for obsolete printer cartridges that are sitting inside the main building at Smith Street. This is just one example of poor mismanagement and non-adherence to asset disposal policy. The issue of the Red Fleet has been ongoing for a while now, with the GCSS having dropped the ball unceremoniously and rendering the city helpless to disasters such as fire and flooding. We welcome the long-awaited procurement of the specialized Red Fleet, as this will assist the city to respond timelessly to disasters and ultimately save lives of hundreds, if not thousands. In as far as the appointment of the service provider for short-term motor and non-motor insurance is concerned, we hope and pray that we won't hear any stories about how the service provider was not paid or how the contract had expired before someone could pick up the contract end date, thus creating a delay in the appointment of new service provider. I hope that we will manage our risk better and that we will not find ourselves as a city in the headlines for all the wrong reasons. Ndoreboa Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. EFF, Councillor Netamba.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the caucus leader of the EFF in his absentia, Dr. Mthembu. Greetings to the chief whip of the EFF, Tabisa Mkhapi, not forgetting the 29th Battalion of the EFF. Greetings to the people in the gallery, the community watching us at home. The EFF, since its information, made it clear, even in our founding manifesto, that we are for abolishment of the tendering system. Cardinal pillar number 3 speaks on building the state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. We believe that the tendering system does not benefit the masses, but the few entrepreneurs that milk the cities dry of its limited resources through inflated prices they charge. An example is the over 30 companies that have been appointed for stationery, and the value of the tender is 45 million, that the city would have saved a large amount of it and still have the required stationery. The appointment of a service provider to supply and deliver specialized fire and rescue vehicle for the city could have created job opportunity for the citizen instead of being given to a company that the city does not verify if the work has been done to acceptable standard. This is one example of service that must be in-house service. The departments only concern themselves with just an invoice. who then looks into the delivery of the product or service and verification of the work done. Once the tenders is awarded, life goes on. It is for this reason that we have the city full of potholes, traffic lights that are not working, and etc. Because the tendering system is just a get-rich-quick scam in the name of the service delivery for our people. We hope our people vote for the party that will change this phenomenon and create jobs for everyone. Johannesburg, please vote for EFF. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Nofemela.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you. Greetings to the Executive Mayor, the Whip of Council, the ANC caucus, fellow councillors. Greetings once more to the members in the gallery and the 6 million plus residents of the city of Johannesburg. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 45. Speaker, as the ANC, we have looked into the report and analyzed it closely, and we are satisfied that nothing untowards that can be identified or picked up. So it is very clear that the evaluation committee and the respective adjudication committee are executing their task according to the relevant prescripts governing the bidding processes. Speaker, as the ANC, we know the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Arnolds.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker, and greetings to everybody in the House and those in the gallery. Madam Speaker, this report is in compliance with the MFMA and supply chain management regulations, and this report ensures that Council continued oversight of the city's procurement process. I'm not going to name the councillors that spoke, but I also want to say that we don't only buy paper and we don't only buy pens, we also do buy cartridges and anything that's stationary. It's also a 3-year contract with a maximum value of 45 million. And Councillor Boer, that is why we are going digital, to fast-track procurement. Even though SCM is the custodian of procurement, it is actually the departments and the entities that make up the bid committees. We cannot dictate who applies. We cannot dictate, we cannot dictate who applies for the tenders. That is illegal. Whether the names are cleaning services, whether the names are construction services, we can't dictate to them. Madam Speaker, the report outlines bids approved between October and December 2024 by the Central and Executive Adjudication Committees. All awards were made in line with the relevant legislation and procurement frames with budget approvals in place. The report affirms the city's commitment to fair, transparent, and cost-effective procurement. I commend the group finance and supply chain teams for their professionalism. I recommend that Council notes the report and support the steps taken to ensure transparency and good governance. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Arnolds. The recommendations are on page 45.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
We now move to item 46, and that's the Group Strategic Supply Chain Management, EAC deviation and rectification reports that were considered and approved by the accounting officer for the period October 2024 to December 2024.
The first speaker is Councillor Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I present you the highlights from our recent deviations, ratifications, contract amendments, and procurement reports for the period 1st of October to 31st of December 2024. While the Accounting Office has approved these items, it is important to note that they have not yet been tabled before the Finance Committee, as usual. Without this crucial review, we cannot truly ascertain if our ratepayers are receiving genuine value or if our services align with the community needs. There is the risk that we are being led without full oversight. Consider the specific deviation. We have requested an exception to standard procurement to engage SAP systems for SAP RISE services at a project value of 268,657,700 Rand. This initiative comes on top of the additional 24-month contract awarded to Baraka IT Solutions, which we discussed in our extraordinary council meeting on the 13th of March 2025. To put this into a broader perspective, Baraka IT Solutions, 935 million Rand over 5 years. SAP SA for SAP RISE, 269 million. Microsoft for Azure, 750 million. And I'm sure there are other contracts, but those are just ones that came off the top of my head that we've passed recently. These commitments total nearly 2 billion Rand. When distributed, this amounts to about 85,000 Rand per employee across 25,000 licenses, I assume, because we're not given those kinds of details, so we need to do a lot of thumb sucking here. It is essential that, in reference to a response about transparency, it is essential that we know exactly how many licenses are deployed, their locations throughout the city, and the login rates per department. This is the only way that we as the legislature can exercise effective oversight. This information is key to determining whether our spending is delivering the promised services and if we are indeed getting value for money. And I now hear yesterday in this House that 50 million Rand was paid for JPC staff's computer training. So we can add that to the IT spend. I think even Google's eyes would weep at the amount we spend on IT. Costs on this level do not make sense, even in a large organization, such as the City of Johannesburg. These costs reveal an administration that claims to attain good governance, financial sustainability, and sustainable service delivery. These numbers point to mismanagement, inefficiency, and ineffective service provision. I appeal to the executive and to all my colleagues, let us secure the necessary transparency and accountability. We must review these details thoroughly, especially before considering any proposals to increase residence rates and taxes by 36% as we did in the last budget. Our collective oversight is meant to ensure the taxpayer money is used efficiently. And before the MMC comes back and responds that, oh no, we only raised 12% here and 2% there and whatnot, on average, with all of the administrative costs, it does come to 36%. That is how much residents are paying today as opposed to the previous year. So let's deal with facts and not hide it under red herrings. Our collective oversight is meant to ensure the taxpayers' money is used efficiently, and more importantly, that every Johannesburg citizen receives the full benefit of our investments. The Democratic knows this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Action SA, Councillor Nkunyen.
Ngibonge Mvelas. All protocol observed. I rise to speak on item 46, Somlom. Normally, I would be up in arms about this report. However, because this report speaks to the expedition of Mskowa, which we as Action SA have been very vocal about, Action SA welcomes the procurement of SAP RISE. The report also prioritizes the upskilling of support staff and councillors through the appointment of Wits School of Governance. We welcome that. The Transport Department will also benefit from the expertise of CSIR through the provision of technical support services. This deviation echoes Action SA's policy on the professionalization of public service. We cannot continue to appoint clueless service providers who leave the city in all sorts of financial problems, and Lillian Goy is a perfect example. Action SA notes and appoints this and approves this report. Baya dankie.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. EFF, Councillor Nhlapo.
Greetings to the Speaker, to the EFF MMCs, two MMCs, to the EFF Chief Whip and all councillors. I rise on item 46, Group Strategic Supply Chain Management, EAC, deviation and ratification reports that were considered and approved by the Accounting Officer for the period October 2024 to December 2024. The EFF noted that the Finance and Group Legal and Contracts departments were consulted when drafting this report. The deviations and ratification reports approved by the Accounting Officer had budget provisions, and also no deviation was approved without the approved budget provision. The EFF notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Nofamela.
It is my choice.
Councillor Nhlapo, please switch off your mic.
Thank you once more, Speaker, and greetings to you, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the Whip of Council, ANC caucus, and fellow councillors. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 46. Speaker, Regulation 36, subsection 1A, allows the accounting officer to deviate from the normal procurement processes, which are, in an emergency, if goods or services are available from a single supplier, if goods acquired are special works of art, if it's for animals for zoo, or in any other way wherein it's impossible to follow official procurement processes. So it is worth noting that all the deviations which were done had the budget provisions under the respective votes. The procurement processes are fragile by nature, so it's necessary for the department to see to it that the law and relevant regulations are followed to avoid adverse findings by the Auditor General, like irregular expenditure. Speaker, as the ANC, we note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Nofamela. MMC Arnolds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think in his opening remarks, the Chair of Chair was saying how happy he is about the Section 71 reports that are now seemingly flowing, and that it looks like we are getting to a point of complying with Section 71, but I also know that the MFMA states that it comes straight to Council, but we have spoken to Section 79 on how we will deal with it. I had a conversation with she's not around, with the chairperson of the Section 79, and she was in full agreement. Madam Speaker, getting back to the report, Regulation 36 allows deviations from standard procurement processes in exceptional circumstances such as emergency, single supplier availability, or technical issues of a minor nature. All approvals were compliant with the SCM policy and the budget availability. The deviations will be included in the notes in the city's annual financial statements in line with Regulations 36 of 2. This report will also be made public in accordance with Section 21A of the Municipal Systems Act. We recommend that the Council notes the content of the deviation and ratification report and its annexures, that the approved deviations be formally recorded in the annual financial statements as required. These deviations reflect necessary exceptions to ensure continuity of service delivery and operational efficiency while remaining accountable to Council and the public. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Arnolds. The recommendation are on page 46.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Item 47 is a Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report for the period of 1st October 2024 to 31st December 2024.
Councillor Peterson from the DA.
Thank you, Chair. Item 47, Group Strategic Supply Chain Management Operational Status Report, 1st of October to 31st of December. In reviewing our purchasing and inventory data for this period, we see a mixed picture that demands our urgent attention. In the second quarter alone, direct purchases within our core operations, not the whole city, reached an astonishing 1 billion and something rand, pushing the year-to-date total to over 2 billion rand, almost 2.2 billion rand. Equally significant, our stock purchases, covering replenishable items, totaled 10 million rand for the quarter and 13.3 million rand for year to date. Our stores and inventory management figures as at 31st of December indicate a held stock value of 111,526,590 rand and 79 cents, with 156,299 items issued, with just over 13 million rand, and 105,000 items received, valued at 10 million. All while no stock write-offs occurred during this quarter. That in itself is troubling. If our stock management, supply chain management is in such order, why are we not writing off stock as and when? However, these impressive figures go, on one hand, mask concerning trends. Take, for instance, the situation at Smith Street. It is inexplicable that the city continues to store and issue enormous quantities of ink cartridges, 76,000 items valued at 80 million rand, averaging roughly 100 rand per item. The details of these issuances remain opaque, which prevents us from confirming if these high-value items are being properly allocated to their rightful departments. In stark contrast, Main Street, a facility serving basic cleaning supplies like toilet rolls and detergents, issued only 18,000 items. In the same period, this imbalance, where nearly 4 times more stationery items are handled compared to essential cleaning materials, raises serious governance questions. It is imperative that we secure transparency and accountability in our procurement and distribution processes. After all, we're paying a fortune for the SAP system. It should be able to give us a detailed report. That's why we pay the big bucks for SAP. We must insist on thorough reports from the Group Audit Committee, reassuring us that all aspects of these transactions are subject to rigorous oversight, not the bare minimums of what the MFMA allows. We're here to do a job, not just to meet the absolute bare minimum of MFMA and tick a box. Our commitment must be to protect the interests of our ratepayers and citizens, ensuring that every rand spend is justified and aligned with our long-term service delivery goals. Let us call for an immediate review of our current supply chain practices and the SCM policy, not only to address these discrepancies, but to also foster efficiency, fiscal responsibility, and robust public accountability. This conclusion emphasizes the impressive scale of our procurement activities, while also casting a critical eye on emerging discrepancies and the need for enhanced oversight. It ties the numerical data with trends observed in our facilities, inviting decisive action to safeguard communities' interests. Cancelled bids for the period 1st of October to 31st of December. One of the bids cancelled during the fourth quarter was for the provision of pesticides and application equipment for the health department. The bid was declared non-responsive as none of the submissions met the required criteria. Unfortunately, this cancellation has significant implications for service delivery. As per the Constitution, it is our responsibility to promote a safe and healthy environment. Without this contract, the Environmental Health Unit cannot effectively provide pest control services, which poses a risk to public health. The lack of vector control services could result in an increase in complaints and compromise the well-being of our residents. Adding to this concern, there is currently an ongoing mango fly infestation in Pretoria North, which presents a serious threat to Johannesburg. Mango flies are known to cause serious cutaneous myiasis, a condition where their larvae burrow into the skin of humans and animals, leading to painful infections. Without adequate pest control measures, this infestation could spread to Johannesburg, endangering both public health and the safety of our pets. We must address these challenges to ensure sustainable and efficient service delivery that meets and needs our communities. In Annexure E of this item, the contract's due to expire within the period of 12 months. The concern is the list, as per Annexure E, indicates that contracts will be expiring in 12 months. This is actually a very positive thing. The purpose of the reminder is to inform the departments to commence with the bidding process for renewal of contracts timeously. There are 18 contracts and established panels of service providers that are due to expire in the next 12 months. That is the period between 1st of January to December 2025. So I do want to use this opportunity to implore the heads of departments to be sensitized to the availability of this information and to check their mailboxes to eliminate deviations from the normal procurement process and thus avoid those pesky Section 36s. I once again also ask councillors in this House to pay attention to Annexure E and put the respective items onto your committee agendas and thereby reduce the number of Section 36s, which will be, the Auditor General will appreciate. The Democratic Alliance notes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Peterson. Action SA, Councillor Nkunin.
Bonge Mvelase. Greetings to all councillors, all protocol observed. Speaker, I won't labor much on the stock values, as Councillor Niran has already, gone on about that. And I've already spoken to this item and made my recommendations in item 45. Of great concern is the issue of GT rank, which much like the Metro Center faces the risk of becoming a white elephant if the city does not appoint a credible and reputable service provider to manage and oversee its administrative functions. If JPC was not as hopeless as it is, I would have asked why the GT project has not been handed over to JPC. But the less said about JPC, the better. Action SA would like to know, what is the turnaround strategy for JPC?
Councillor Nkonyeni, please hold on. Councillor Delange.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, just in context, I thought we were not allowed to refer to animals in this chamber. So I don't know how to handle that specific one, Madam Speaker.
You can't refer to any fellow councillor as anything apart from being a human being. Any councillor in this house will not be referred to, etc., animals and so forth. Councillor Delange, you are being naughty. Councillor Nkonyeni, you can continue.
Ngibonge Speaker. Wasimoshela isikhathi bo. Speaker, if JPC was not as hopeless as it is, I would have asked why the GT project has not been handed over to JPC. But the less said about JPC, the better. Action SA would like to know what is the turnaround strategy for JPC and why is the city ignoring the fact that JPC is a liability. The mere fact that JPC cannot be trusted with the management of GT speaks for itself. As we approach the end of Q3, we hope that all bids and pending adjudications and finalization have since been closed for the betterment and sake of service delivery. As Action SA, we call for the city to be more efficient and to act timelessly in ensuring that residents do not suffer while the city drags its feet. And we plead with residents of this once great city to make the right choice at the polls come 2026. Only action can fix Johannesburg. Galebo.
Thank you, Councillor Nkonyeni. EFF, Councillor Ntlap.
Greetings, Speaker. Once more, I rise on item 47. The report is compiled in compliance And we also note that all departments were consulted. We also note that it will also be communicated on the council website in terms of the regulation 6.4 of the supply chain management regulations issued in terms of the MFMA. The EFF notes the report.
Sabonga Councillor Nhlapo, ANC Councillor Nobuhle.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 47. Speaker, the total value of all purchases ordered for the second quarter was approximately 1 billion and shows 2.1 billion year to date. So it goes without saying that financial management is key in order to keep the city's operations ongoing. As the ANC, we believe that without the viable financial resources, the city's service delivery will be negatively impacted, thus affecting the living conditions of the residents of the city of Johannesburg. Therefore, we call on all the authorities and stakeholders to encourage the residents of the city to pay their municipal accounts. Speaker, as the ANC, we note the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nobuhle. MMC Arnolds.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you so much, Councillor Nobuhle, for also asking residents and business and everybody to pay their municipal accounts. It will make things easier for the city. It's only blue. As councillors, we should know that stock write-offs are based on accounting principles and expiry dates. Madam Speaker, I would like to present the GSSCM operational status report for the period 1 October to 31 December 2024. This report provides statistical and operational insight into procurement activities across key departments and reaffirms our commitment to good governance, financial sustainability, and efficient service delivery. All procurement processes complied with the MFMA, the SCM regulation, preferential procurement regulations, and the city's own SCM policy, in line with Regulation 604, which requires transparency in supply chain decisions. The report will be published on the city's website for public access. I recommend that Council notes the contents of the report and its annexures A to F, and that the group head GSSCM ensures the report is made publicly available. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MMC Arnolds. The recommendations are on page 47.4. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
We proceed now with item 48, and that is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st of October 2024.
I'll start with Councillor Masugu from Action SA.
Thank you, Speaker. Action SA note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Masugu. EFF, Councillor Nhlapo.
Greetings, Speaker. The EFF notes the report.
Sabonga, Councillor Nhlapo. ANC, Councillor Maswazi.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I'm under pressure that I must also note this report. But let me just say that we are happy and encouraged as the ANC that at least these Section 71 reports are now being submitted. This is important because this complies with Section 71 of the Municipal Finance Management Act of 2003. And we are saying that we we are happy that this will be consistent and we'll keep on getting them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maswazi, and welcome to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. I would like to call MMC Arnolds.
Good afternoon to the Executive Mayor. Good afternoon, Speaker, once again. Madam Speaker, today we present 4 Section 71 reports covering October 2024 to January 2025. This brings us up to date with the February 2025 report currently moving through the committee process. I'm sure Councillor Santana would be pleased with this progress. Madam Speaker, year-to-date revenue was 5% above budget, 1.4 billion, largely due to early receipt of major grants such as the USDG, informal settlement upgrade, and equitable share. These are paid in tranches per the DORA schedule, but budgeted evenly over the year. Operating expenditure was under budget by less than 1%, 398 million, resulting in an actual operating deficit of 104 million against a budgeted deficit of 1.8 billion. Of the 7.4 billion approved capital budget, 1.3 billion, 17% has been spent to date. Cash and investment, cash balances declined from 2.6 billion to 2.3 billion, a drop of 335 million. Liquidity, Standard Bank short-term facility was repaid in October 2024 to manage liquidity. The billing collection, 5.8 billion was billed in September, with 5.3 billion collected in October, 91.5% collection rate. The year-to-date collections are 88%, which is below target and poses a cash flow risk. Enhancing collection efforts are therefore critical. Madam Speaker, I would ask this House to note the report. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC Arnolds. Does Council note this report? Thank you, councillors.
We're now on item 49, and that's another City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 30th November 2024.
Action SA, Councillor Masugu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Action SA, note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Masugu. EFF, Councillor Lapo.
Your voice, I got you speak proper. I don't want to lie to you.
Greetings to the Speaker once more in the House. I rise on item 49. Just a reminder, the EFF still stresses on this building state and government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Tlapo. ANC, Councillor Maswas.
Yeah, greetings again, Speaker. The ANC would like to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maswazi. MMC Arnolds.
Madam Speaker, I'm being threatened. I would ask that this House notes the report. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, thank you, MMC Arnolds. Does Council or the House note this report? Thank you, councillors.
Item 50 is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st December 2024.
DA, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask to speak on item 50, the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st of December 2024. You see, Madam Speaker, this is when we put the cart before the horse. We've just done the quarterly reports, and now we're doing the MFMA reports. It should have been the MFMA reports, then the quarterly reports, and then our adjustment budget. Not opposite. We confuse our residents, and we actually show that we don't know what we're doing as council. Because we should have had all these reports prior to the adjustment budget. And hence why I keep on complaining and asking you to fulfill your role as the Speaker of Council and ensure we get our reports in time. I thank you. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Santana. Action SA, Councillor Masuku.
Madam Speaker, Action SA note the report.
Thank you, Councillor Masuku. EFF, Councillor Ntlapo.
Thank you, Speaker. The EFF knows the report.
Hey, we are just noting today. ANC, Councillor Maswazi.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC knows the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maswazi. MMC Arnolds.
Madam Speaker, I don't know why Councillor Santana tries to provoke me all the time. I bought a blue pen, I bought a blue outfit, I bought a blue glass. The other councillor has just taken it to see what it looks like. I've even bought this in blue. I even have my diary in blue. I thought I would be making it all blue today. Unfortunately, I'm not popular. Speaker, the city's finances remain stable. Revenue performance continues to exceed expectations, while expenditure remains within acceptable limits. This has resulted in a positive operating position. Cash flow remains steady, with key financial obligations met. Al het ons nie die geld, maar ons doen sekere goed wat ons moet doen. Collection rates are strong overall, supported by active disconnection campaigns. Please, ward councillors, don't stop us when we come to disconnect. Please. And also speak to the residents so that they don't offer our people, I don't know whether you can call it cool drink or coffee or what, but please let's not do that. Let them do what they have to do. The city received major grants during the period, although the PTNG was reduced due to underperformance. System upgrades during December, which some of the councillors spoke about, impacted some financial reporting, but these issues are being addressed. In conclusion, the city's financial position is sound. We are not that dead yet. I recommend that council notes this report and continues to support efforts to strengthen collection, accelerate capital delivery, and uphold fiscal discipline. Together, we would be stronger. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC Arnolds. Does the House note this report? Thank you, councillors.
Item 51 is the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st January 2025.
DA, Councillor Santana.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 51, the City of Johannesburg MFMA in-year financial report for the period ended 31st of January. So, Madam Speaker, I could also highlight through you to the MMC that factually we could have had the February report here too, but we don't. So it's an opportunity missed yet again. But be that as it may, let's go through what the issues are. We note the capital expenditure of 2.2 billion at the end of January, representing 29% of the expenditure of the 7.4 billion. Further analysis of that, we note that CORE has only spent 13% and the entities are 40%. So we need to just find out why CORE is lagging behind. We also note the cash and cash equivalents decreased by 111 million. We note the conditional grant performance at 66%. Of concern again is our sweeping counts, and I'm going to highlight those in the negative. City Power at 15.6 billion, JDA at 1.26 billion, Joshco at 1.6 billion, Metro Bus at 581 million, Propcom portfolio at 173 million, roads at 40.6 billion, MTC at 960.8 million. And then of concern, which I raised last time, is the fact that of our declining collection rate. The rate for January was down to 80.9%. Now we do know obviously there were some issues with regards to the update, SAP update over December, which obviously affected this drastically. But it's still below our budgeted collection rate of 87.7%, and National Treasury's at 95%. However, again, if we brought this prior to the adjustment budget, you've based the adjustment budget at 88.6%. So we do not see you meeting your requirements and collecting revenue to sustain what needs to be sustained. And so much so that you even have a note in your financials stating that the city's inability to meet the budgeted collection will result in the risk of adequate cash to fund operation commitments. And we also note the fact that our debtors age analysis now shot up to 63.1 billion. And we own our creditors 2.26 billion, all current. Of concern again is the fact that core departments and all the departments in core did not upload their reports timelessly. So my question to you is, what consequence management is and will be taken against those officials who do not comply with your reporting? Thank you. We note the report.
Thank you, Councillor. Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Pooh.
Good day once again, Madam Speaker. And through you to the MMC, you're never going to impress the blue party by wearing blue, so maybe you must consider wearing green. But having said that, I'm sure, MMC, you are looking at a different report than I'm looking at item 51, the MFMA report for January 2025, because I cannot see that the city's finances are stable. As was mentioned by Councillor Santana, the collection rate dropped further from 84% in the second quarter report to 80.9%. I've got no words. Yes, I know we had system problems, we had water interruptions in December, but we are heading for disaster. Our debtors book jumped only in 1 month. In the second quarter report, it was standing at 60.7 billion. Just a month later, end of January, it was standing at 63.1 billion. This is scary. This is frightening stuff. And we are receiving this report. It hasn't served on Section 79 as yet. But I think I really want to ask the mayoral committee, because those reports need to go to them first for their approval, that they also correct the mistakes in the report before it comes to council. The report says on the first page that we had a year-to-date deficit of 951 million. In fact, that was a year-to-date surplus. It makes quite a big difference on a 951 million figure. But there as well, we're showing a 951 million surplus, but we still have not written off debt impairment since October, November, and December, and January. So we have not made a surplus. We're actually making a huge loss, especially with the 80.9% collection rate. Our finances really need this size of action. Yes, and we say we are stable, but we are 7 years down in the financial year. Our CapEx spending is only standing at 29%. After 7 months, we've got 5 months left to make up the other 71%. But we cannot spend because we do not have money. So everything goes back down to collection rate. My last question here, and it's actually not part of the MFMA report, but I asked a question yesterday on City Power proposed report, what happened to the Eskom dispute of the 3.6 billion? This is of very utmost importance in the city's financials. Seeing that we're having a 951 surplus, what happened to the dispute? Does Eskom owe us 3.6 or do we owe Eskom 3.6? And I think the councillors and the residents are entitled to know what was the outcome of that committee, that independent committee that was supposed to give adjudication on the 6th of December last year. And we would really appreciate the answers on those questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Pooh. Action SA, Councillor Masuku.
Honorable Speaker, members of council, the fellow residents of Johannesburg, I rise on item 51. The latest financial reports confirm what many of us have been raising for months. A city in financial distress, a city where mismanagement the latest financial reports confirm what many of us have been raising for months. A city in financial distress, a city where mismanagement has been crippled service delivery, and a city where residents are being failed daily. While we acknowledge the recommendation put forward, the people of Johannesburg do not need more reports filled with promises. They need action, they need accountability, they need real solutions. The city financial position remains weak. The report reveals a budget deficit of 951 million and under collection of revenue, with only 8.9% of bill revenue being collected. Below the budget, 84.2%. This shortfall affects the city's ability to pay service providers, maintain infrastructure, and deliver essential services. Key departments as such economic development, transport, and corporate services are failing to start spending their budget at the maximum level. It will result in crumbling the road networks. As maintenance is delayed, the city will continue to face housing backlogs as human settlement fails to meet its target. We are extremely concerned with the crumbling of public spaces, as funds meant for urban renewal remain untouched. This financial report highlights yet another crisis in Johannesburg, our inability to provide stable electricity and water services. City power remains overdrawn, highlighting serious liquidity issues. A bulk electricity over expenditure of 765 million due to Eskom billing dispute concerning. The water collection rate is at 7.6, leaving critical gaps in funding for infrastructure repairs. Speaker, we cannot just rely on tariffs and rates as means to generate revenue. We need to collect more water and electricity system. There's also a problem that we rely on heavily on grants from National Treasury. We need to increase our revenue collection. Madam Speaker, the people of Johannesburg deserve answers to why their services are failing while budgets are being mismanaged. In conclusion, Speaker, the time of excuses is over. The people of Johannesburg do not need more reports telling them what they already know. They need action. They need a government that is capable, accountable, and committed to deliver services. Action SA stands firm in its commitment to fiscal responsibility, infrastructure development, and better service delivery. We will continue to hold this government accountable, and we will not rest until people of this city receive the service they deserve. Madam Speaker, Johannesburg can be fixed, but only if we can stop making excuses and start making real changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Masupu. EFF, Councillor Ntlapo.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise on item 51. The EFF notes the report.
Thank you, Councillor Ntlapo. ANC, Councillor Maswas.
Thank you, Speaker. The ANC would like to note the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. MMC Arnolds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to start off with Councillor Santana. You are correct. January and December's collections are low, and it's always been like this. It's exacerbated by the critical maintenance on the system as well. We are cumulative collections of over 86%, and we are pushing to over 88% by the year end. Councillors, the capex on the report does not include commitments. It does not mean that capex projects are moving. Eskom case and Sanedi report, Councillor Boer, is ongoing. This is a complex investigation, and we all want it to conclude. We definitely want this to conclude, but we must allow time for the engineers to do their work. This is a budget. Councillors, there is a budget surplus, and we are planning to maintain this surplus, which will be the first in 3 years. Let's acknowledge progress and not just criticize. The metro trading entities currently happening with National Treasury will fundamentally change electricity and water businesses and bring about much needed funds for refurbishment. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, while the financial performance is stabilizing, there is a clear need to accelerate capital projects and improve collection. I table this report and recommend that Council notes its contents. I thank you.
Thank you, MMC. Does the House note this report? Thank you, Councillors.
Councillors, we're on item 52, and that's the amendment of the City of Johannesburg Waste Management Bylaw.
DA, Councillor Kukemo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 52, the amendment of the City of Johannesburg Waste Management Bylaw. And today I would like to join my fellow councillor, Councillor Shay, in the theme of deriving wisdom from children's books. Now, I won't call anybody locusts today, don't worry, Madam Speaker. But there is one in particular that is quite special. It's actually my favorite children's book of all time. It's Alice in Wonderland. And the reason why I find this book so incredibly special is it's one of those children's books where you can almost gauge your level of growth as a human being based on how you related to the book as a child and how you relate to the book as an adult. And there is one quote in particular from this book that I would like to refer to today, and it says, "If you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is certain to disagree with you sooner or later." I'm going to repeat that. If you drink much from a bottle marked poison, it is certain to disagree with you sooner or later. Now, it is at this point that I want to remind Council that everything we consume, whether it be food, water, or the air we breathe, comes from our natural environment. Now, unlike trees that consume the yucky stuff, like carbon dioxide to give us oxygen, human beings work in the opposite way. So we consume oxygen, clean water, and plants, and in turn, we poison our environment. Now, that is kind of a natural process. I call it the collateral damage of being a human being in the 21st century. It's not always intended, but it does happen. But you can't expect someone, for example, to care about things like recyclable or biodegradable dustbin liners if they can't even put food on the table. So it's kind of just a thing that happens with being human. But with that said, that means that we need to be very aware of the effects that we have on our environment, and where we can as a city, we need to kind of put measures in place to try and mitigate against this. Now, one of the many ways we can break the cycle of poisoning and consuming poison is to be mindful of how we intentionally or unintentionally affect the environment through the waste we put into the environment. and how we manage that waste, and that is where waste management bylaws come in. Now, some of the key amendments of the waste management bylaw that's presented in the report refers to Chapter 3, which is owners building or renovating shall pay a deposit for cleaning to the City of Johannesburg. I think this is a very positive amendment. I think that is something we can definitely get behind, because what is happening currently is as people develop, they start dumping wherever they see a spot, because we do not have enough landfill sites anymore. So they just go wherever and they dump it there, and it ends up costing pick it up quite a bit to clean it up. So I'm glad that this was brought into this. Chapter 4, the formal integration of waste pickers into the waste management system. Now this could be a very positive amendment, but I would like to pause here for a second. We can formalize the sector as much as we want to, and we cannot deny the role that informal waste pickers play in our waste management. We cannot deny that. But what I can also tell you is unless we start addressing the issue of undocumented nationals, we're not going to solve the problem either. They're not going to buy into the city system. If they are undocumented, they would not be able to. So that is something that we do need to have a look at. That is something that we do need to address. That is something that we do need to address before this would actually have an impact on our environment. Now, Chapter 9, strengthening measures against illegal dumping and abandonment of waste. This is also extremely, extremely positive for us, but this should extend to medical waste. I think our hospitals are quite reckless in this. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm hearing the chairperson scream there from the other side, you know, we got paid this morning. So I don't think I'd be doing due diligence if I am not speaking on items that I'm responsible for on my committee. Now, these are all very necessary amendments to safeguard our natural environment and remind our residents of the responsibility to keep our environment clean. However, I would like to caution that bylaws are only as effective as their implementation and enforcement. So as much effort that was put into amending these bylaws, I hope the same effort will be put into enforcing them. If we keep poisoning our environment, it is going to start disagreeing with us sooner or later. Madam Speaker, we support these amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. UTM, Councillor Sekebe.
Through you, Speaker, Councillor Kukemur, the chairperson this side was not speaking about you going home, but the illegal immigrants that you were speaking about. So you are allowed to debate. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of the United Democratic Movement and the minority governing parties to address this report. The proposed amendments to the Waste Management Bylaw of 2021 address severe environmental and public health threats. Johannesburg generates over 1.4 million tons of waste annually, with 90% filling near capacity landfill sites. Illegal dumping incidents increased by 18% over 3 years, polluting our environment and draining resources from essential services. These amendments strategically formalize the essential role of waste pickers by providing registration and accreditation, fostering dignified employment, and enhancing the circular economy. Additionally, stricter penalties, including the fines up to 50,000 and impounding vehicles involved in illegal dumping, are set as zero-tolerance stance on environmental degradation. We recognize construction waste's significant impact on and introduce a refundable deposit system to encourage responsible disposable practices, ensuring contractors bear accountability for their waste. This initiative is restorative, aiming to reduce landfill waste by 20% and increase recycling rates by 30% within 3 years, thus diverting 420 tons annually from landfills. These actions significantly reduce methane emissions, aligning with our city and global climate goals. Financially prudent, the amendments could generate 10 million rands annually through enhanced fines reinvested into improving waste management infrastructure, technology, and employment within the green economy. Citizens' engagement is pivotal. Public participation, supported by a budget of 93,500, ensures all community voices shapes the critical changes. Our responsibility aligns with constitutional mandates and global commitments notably the UN Sustainable Goals, SDGs, Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities, Goal 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, and Goal 13, Climate Change. Let us act decisively endorsing these amendments for the future of Johannesburg, affirming our commitment to environmental sustainability, community dignity, and responsible governance. We note the report. Speaker, will 10 seconds I said. For the past 2 days, in this council meeting, there have been undertones okudelela nokusa. And I want to tell you, Speaker, ukuthi uma abantu bezoza nama-scriptures besidelele ngawo, bese beze nama-quotes abuye incwadini zabantwana besidelele ngabo. Thina sizohamba siyovusa omkhulu nokhokho bethu, sithatha ama-quotes wabo sizobadelela ngabo, akuziba mandi kule ndawo. Nkosi.
Thank you, Councillor Zikebe. Ngizophinda ngisho futhi that in this council, we don't want to stifle debate, but when we are rising to debate, let's do so in a respectful manner and not provoke each other. I'll move over to the following speaker, and that speaker is from the Freedom Front Plus, Councillor Poo.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I'm rising on item 52, the waste management bylaw. As the Freedom Front, we really welcome this bylaw adjustment, especially where it addresses the two critical issues of illegal dumping and the formalizing of the waste pickers. That is something that we need to address. We cannot go around that. Madam Speaker, our city is dirty. Our city is very dirty. The landfill sites are full, and we can only have new landfill sites if they are available at an enormous cost. And we have to start thinking out of the box. Waste management will always be a problem, but I'm also regarding myself as a old man. And I remember when I was still young and I was still in school, we had various projects, especially amongst the schools, to educate children to be aware of recycling. We had zip it in a zippy bag, and we had collect a can. There's so much things that we can do. Waste is got a value attached, and I think Pick It Up must really investigate again to reduce the amount of waste that goes to our landfill sites, to go and speak to the recycling companies, recycling of plastic, recycling of glass, recycling of paper and carton, tins and so forth, and take hands with those recycling companies and promote a sort of recycling action amongst the schools, for example, to make competitions for the school that collects the most recyclable material, give them cash prizes or pay the schools for the amount of waste they recycle. That will have a major impact, and not only that, it will generate income for the schools, but it will also create jobs. It will preserve our landfill sites, and it will educate our children. We have to educate our children that wasting stuff is not okay. You cannot throw stuff out of the car's window. You cannot just dump your stuff on the pavement. You cannot just do whatever you want. I think there is so many opportunities here that we can explore, which won't cost us money. In fact, it will probably even make us money. And if we get to a stage where we really educate our people to start recycling the recyclable waste, then we can even consider of doing 2 weeks instead of once a week. So I think we have to start thinking out of the box, but we really welcome this new waste management bylaw, and we support this item. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Poo. ACDP, Councillor Harris.
Greetings, Madam Speaker, EM, MMCs, Chief Whip, chairpersons, colleagues, residents. I rise to speak on item 52, the amendment of the City of Johannesburg Waste Management Bylaw. There are a few sections that need clarity. Section 33 provides for the inspection of plans, licenses, and documents. Does this extend to inspecting the material, including stolen copper pipes and cables held on the premises of scrapyards and recycling businesses? Section 37 speaks about the integration of waste pickers. Will non-South Africans be integrated as well? How will the bylaw affect informal waste pickers and their methods of transporting recyclable material? Section 49 talks to receptacles. The ACDP feeling is that it should be mandatory for these to be clearly marked with addresses, and these may not be moved more than 100 meters from the address. Just a quick aside, I was in Noordhoek one time, and we watched a guy walking past us with one of these wheelie bins, and inside the bin was the body of a person he had just killed. These receptacles are used for all kinds of crimes, and I think we should be doing something about stopping that. Part 257 states, and 72.1 deals with the general business waste and the prohibition of littering. How do we deal with the private sector, specifically fast food outlets like KFC and McDonald's, whose packaging is so easily discarded? How do we deal with supermarkets whose packaging material is a packet of choice in illegal dumping? How do we deal with motorists who throw litter and stompies, not Councillor De Lange, out of the moving vehicles? Chapter 9, 70 refers to accumulated waste. Are broken down cars included? How do we deal with hoarders and the evidence of their sickness inside and outside their homes? The thread of enforcement or the lack of it runs through these bylaws. 87.2 mentions the courts for the first time. The adoption of this bylaw should encourage the city to establish a municipal court so that enforcement is taken seriously. It is swift and a suitable deterrent to the serious antisocial behavior of dumping. The ACDP will advocate for an authorized enforcement official to accompany waste collection teams so that the infringements can be dealt with the minute they are identified. JMPD and CRUM must be included in the enforcement regime. Education efforts must be focused on putting a policeman in every citizen's head rather than having people only obey the law when the policeman is visible. The ACDP urges the Communication Department to extend the public participation beyond the usual adverts in 4 publications. Please use all the elements of the digital and social media to reach younger and tech-savvy stakeholders. The ACDP calls on citizens to actively participate in the amendment process and to contribute to crafting a fair and equitable bylaw. The ACDP welcomes these reports and notes it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. EFF, Councillor Mkasi.
Thank you very much, Speaker. We would like to begin by extending our revolutionary greetings to the leadership of the EFF caucus in the city of Johannesburg. Special acknowledgement to our caucus leader, Commissioner Dr. Mthembu, our Chief Whip, Councillor Thabisa Mohapi, and all dedicated progressive councillors, most importantly to residents of city of Johannesburg, receive our revolutionary greetings. Speaker, as the representatives of the economic freedom fighters, we are pleased to address the amendment of the bylaw on waste management today. This amendment reflects our commitment to the principle outlined in the 2024 EFF People's Manifesto, which emphasized the importance of strengthening law enforcement in the realm of waste management. We are dedicated to amend and enhancing the National Environment Management Act and other progressive legislation to implement stricter measures against the dumping of toxic waste. Additionally, we aim to establish a robust rehabilitation commitments that extend beyond the economic lifespan of operations. This amendment embodies those goals, and we appreciate the contribution of all stakeholders involved in this proposal. Speaker, the Constitution of our country champions the right to healthy environment as stated in Section 24. It affirms our obligation to protect the environment for current and future generations through appropriate legislative measures. The amendment of waste management bylaw is not intended as a punishment, rather it serves to safeguard the well-being of our citizens. It is our collective responsibility as a city to foster a healthy and sustainable environment. This item has been submitted to the Council for the necessary publication approval in compliance with legal requirements as part of bylaw amendment processes. It is crucial that the draft is gazetted to enable meaningful public participation. We believe that public engagement should not merely fulfill a legal obligation. It must also exemplify the democratic values of our society. We recommend the expanding public participation opportunities beyond traditional media channels, ensuring that residents, especially in disadvantaged areas who lack access to newspapers and social media, are engaged in person. Speaker, would like to encourage the residents of Region C to actively participate in the upcoming IDP consultation scheduled for Saturday, 29 March 2025 at Rodiport Civic Center, 10 a.m. We encourage community members to engage constructively in the IDP processes while also holding officials accountable for the progress since the last IDP session. It is essential to keep the meeting focused. This is a critical opportunity for communities' voices to be heard. We urge you to create an environment where community members can express their views freely without restrictive time limitations on their needs and priorities can be prioritized. For any resident needing information on transportation to the venue, please feel free to reach out to the EFF branch in your area. We are here to assist in coordinating logistics provided by the city. Yes. In conclusion, Speaker, the economic freedom fighters fully support these recommendations and look forward to working together for a cleaner and healthier environment for all. Inkomu, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mkasi. Action essay, Councillor Mashala.
Thank you, beautiful Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the fabulous 24, the residents of the City of Joburg and fellow councillors in the House. Madam Speaker, I rise to speak on item 52. Speaker, Action SA notes and welcomes the amendments of the City of Johannesburg Waste Management Bylaw that are aimed at strengthening the regulation of waste management to protect the health of people and the environment. Madam Speaker, we welcome this as it aligns with what we stand for as a party. We believe that as South Africans, we have an equitable role in addressing the climate challenge as responsible global citizens. Madam Speaker, waste management is an inescapable challenge of our times. Whenever waste is produced, it needs to be managed well and with the potential environmental impacts in mind to help us avoid unnecessary disposal, environmental damage, and the entire population's health. So it is very vital that measures are in place to effectively manage, and Speaker, Action SA notes this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mashala. MMC Mthembu.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to yourself, the Executive Mayor, Chief Whip, Chair of Chairs, fellow MMCs and councillors, and residents at home. Let me thank members of the committee for supporting this particular amendment report to the waste amendment report. Also note that, or agree with yourselves that this amendment seeks to address the challenges of illegal dumping, limited landfill sites, waste pickers issues, as well as the greenhouse gas emission, but also to ensure that we also comply in terms of the Waste Act in the country. I think all councillors did support this particular report, and we welcome that support and request that this report be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Mqina. Councillors, the recommendations are on pages 52.3 to 52.4. Is the item agreed to? Councillors, we are going to break for lunch. We'll be back after an hour, which is 15:08.
Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. 1 2. Today, January, February, March, January.
Welcome back, councillors. We resume with item 53, which is to inform council to take note of the implications of the National Environmental Laws Amendment Act of 2022 and delegate the appeal authority.
Thank you, Secretary to Council. I'll start with our first speaker from DA, Councillor Guggenmoor. Councillor, please hold on. Where's the hand? Councillor Run.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to check. It doesn't look like everybody's back from lunch yet. Do we have a quorum yet?
Everyone is back from lunch. Before we table the budget items, we'll do a head count. Councillor Guggenmoor.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on item 54, which is the public participation, not the 53, to inform the council to take note of the implications of the National Environment Laws Amendment Act 2 of 2022 and to delegate the appeal authority. Not much on this today. I just have a single request. If this can please just be workshopped with the EIS committee, as I do not recall this actually coming to the committee. But aside from that, I do believe that it is very positive and we do note and support the report.
Councillor Boo.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I will be short as well. We welcome the amendments to the Environmental Management Act because it's such an important issue. It's not something that's bringing in money to the city. It's costing us money. But the environment is so precious and fragile, and we owe it to our children to do whatever we can do to preserve our environment. EISD is already doing a splendid job, and this amendment of the Act just gives us more power and power to the city manager to enforce our environmental inspections, air pollution, water pollution. If we go on this same basis, there will be nothing left for our children. So we need to invest in our environment. And as a city, I think we are pretty lucky with the effect of climate changes so far. If you see what happens in KZN, the Eastern Cape, Western Cape, with flooding, with storms, with tornadoes, and I think in Johannesburg and in Gauteng we are pretty much blessed that we don't have those extreme climate effects, but it can come to us anytime as well, so we really have to prioritize and make funds available. I know EISD is very much understaffed to try and help our environment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
It's original stuff.
Thank you, beautiful speaker. I rise to speak. Report, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Mkasi.
Thanks very much, Speaker. Greetings to you and fellow councillors. I'm not Councillor Mukasi, however, I'm being deployed by Councillor Mukasi on behalf of the EFF to note the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. ANC, Councillor Madiba.
Thank you, Speaker, and greetings to you and the whole House. The African National Congress welcomes and notes the report. Thank you.
Siyabonga, Councillor. MMC Mqina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me once more thank the members for supporting this particular report as presented, and also note what Councillor Boer has raised on the issue of the shortage of staff in the unit that deals with water, that deals with, the waste issues That is noted and will be extended to the relevant officials. Thank you.
Thank you, MMC Mqina. The recommendations are on page 53.8. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
Councillors, the following items will be read together and tabled together. Item 54 is a public participation process for the proposed development and long-term lease of Evans 729, 730, 731, and 732 in Yeovil into mixed-use development. Read with item 55, and that is the request to conduct public participation in respect of the proposed development or a long-term lease of the portion 42 of the Farm Deep Kloof 319 IQ, known as Soweto Empowerment Zone. Item 56 is the public participation in terms of the municipal assets transfer regulations for the proposed lease of a portion of portion 235 of Farm in Ramseg 265 IQ, known as Ramseg Country Club, for sports and recreational purposes. Item 57 is the public participation in terms of the municipal asset transfer regulation for the proposed development and long-term lease of the remainder of a portion of 205 of the farm in Langlachter 224 IQ into mixed-use development. And item 58 is a lease of portion of F957 Fairland for sports and recreational purposes. Item 59 is the proposed lease of portion of F1109 in Amarantia Extension 1 for multi-purpose sports and recreational purposes. Item 60 is the proposed sale of F1169 in Ruby Ridge Extension 1 for residential purposes. Item 61 is the lease of F6489 in Lenasia Extension 5 for sports purposes. Item 62 is the lease of F12498 in Ivory Park in Extension 10 for community purposes. Item 63 is the proposed lease of Evan 99, Evan 100, and 102 in Huta for business purposes. And item 64 is the sale of portion 1 of F824 in Parkwood for educational purposes. Item 65 is the proposed lease of portion of the remainder of the portion 45 farm in Klipfontein in 203 IQ for community educational programs and sports and recreational purposes. Item 66 is the proposed lease of a portion of the remaining extent of portion 97 farm in Olivenhood Sport in 196 IQ. Item 67 is proposed development of a lease of a portion of F794 in Gallo Manor, public participation. Item 68 is the proposed lease of a portion of F2865 in Blechori for sports purposes. Sorry, it's Blechori, sorry. Item 69 is the proposed lease of a portion of the remainder of the holding 107 and 108 in Limbro Park, agricultural holding for sports and recreational purposes. Item 70 is the lease of portion of the remainder of the portion 73 and farm in Waterval. 211 IQ adjacent portion to 107 of a farm in Waterval 211 IQ. Item 71 is the proposed development and long-term lease of F1210 in Marshallstown. Item 72 is the proposed long-term lease development of F2004 in Rosettenville Extension. Item 73 is the proposed mixed-use development and long-term lease of Evans 272, 273, 274, 279, and portions of Evan 269, 271 and 280 city and suburban. Item 74 is the acquisition of Evan 339, 340, 341, 344, 345, 346, and 347 city of suburban in spot of Usindiso block regeneration. Item 75 is the proposed mixed-use development and long-term lease of Avenue 342 and 343, city and suburban. Item 76 is the proposed acquisition of land rights over portions of privately owned properties in Lombardy West for road widening purposes in favor of the city of Johannesburg. Item 77 is the proposed acquisition of land rights over the remaining portion of portion 637 in Ranges Fontaine in 405 JR in favor of the city of Johannesburg. Item 78 is the redevelopment of the Metro Center precinct in line with the office space optimization. And item 79 is an acquisition of the portion of 1-2 of farm Vogelsstrain Fontaine. And item, Vogelsstrain Fontaine in 233 IQ. And item 80 is the registration of the electrical servitude over the remaining extent of portion 1 of the farm Diepsloot in 388 JR, the remaining extent of the farm in Rainfontein of 532 JQ, and portion 2 of the farm in Doornranje in 386 JR in favor of Eskom. And lastly, item 81, which is the cancellation and re-registration of the electrical servitude over the remainder of the portion 1 of the farm in Diepsloot, 388 JR, in favor.
Thank you, Speaker. No, you've corrected. That's
Okay.
78 we are debating. Thank you.
No. From Freedom Front Plus, which is Councillor Delange.
Madam Speaker, before you start my time, did the Secretary read in the item? He did. Okay, thank you. Speaker, all protocol observed. My pre-warning, I will be referring to thorns. Side is sticking out there by that window, like a thorn in the side, and that is. Council is asking us today to kickstart a process for a feasibility study. Now, Madam Speaker, on the 12th of May 2023, Council took a resolution to close the Metro Centre and to go on a refurbishing mission, if I can call it that. We are 2 years after the fact, this specific month, and it looks like the best way forward, Madam Speaker, is a PPP, a public-private partnership process that must be approved by National Treasury and by Council, but we are still 2 years after the fact. And Madam, here it comes. It seems as PPP partners, in Afrikaans they say, so skaars soos hoendertande, and I will translate. It's as scarce as chicken teeth, because chickens has got a beak. I'm not calling anybody chickens. Madam, then a PPP process is in the document on page 6, and it gives a feasibility study that you're asking for now, 6 to 12 months. We are 12 months beyond that. Then a procurement of 3 to 6 months. We are 18 months beyond that. Design and pre-construction phase, 12 to 18 months. We are now 6 months after that. Construction estimated at 5 years. I can't see that happening. We are already 2 years down the line since the closing. Operations is ongoing. And then a project handover, 1 to 6 months. Again, we are 18 months behind that. So, Madam Speaker, today we are here, 2 years after the fact, asking for a feasibility study. In 2016, the EFF caucus joined the city of Joburg for the first time. And I met a councillor by the name of Councillor Musa Nobuhle. And he used to have a catchphrase, "It can't be, Speaker." So I'm saying it can't be, Speaker. This specific chamber that we're standing in, the budget was just over R1 billion. It was a year over the time limit, and it cost us 1.3 billion. I hear in the media and figures floating around of 800 million to refurbish the Metro Centre. Now, Madam Speaker, how and when? How can it be? Where will we get the money to do this? Because it doesn't look like our PPP partners are falling out the trees. Nobody's got the appetite to do business with government anymore because there's not a huge enough return for themselves. This same person Mrs. Helen Boertes. She was responsible for this project, Madam Speaker, and now she's acting
30
coup of the
seconds
city.
remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. JPC, we saw it today in the second quarter, and the Metro Centre, Madam Speaker, is proof of very bad management, mismanagement of finances, and again, it looks like we're earmarking Mrs. Boertes to maybe become the city manager. Madam Speaker, it can't be. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Delange. DA, Councillor Reddy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day, Madam Speaker, DA caucus and leadership. All protocols observed. I rise today to speak on a much debated and spoken about subject, the redevelopment of Metro House. We are asked today to authorize a second phase and process leading to the redevelopment of Metro House, the feasibility study. The report I refer to outlines all the phases, of which there are 4: inception, feasibility, procurement, P contract management, and their respective steps and timelines for each
Councillor,
to be completed.
please increase your voice a bit.
Okay. This is all well and good, and we are being consulted. Wow. Let us not fool ourselves. The decisions have already been made, and I'm going out on a limb here to say everything else is in place, with the only requirement being that we, the elected and nominated custodians of the city, are to vote or note this report, and by doing so, certify what is already done, what is already a done deal. The project is open and transparent as mud. We paint a woeful picture of how it is uninhabitable, but not inhabitable as the report states, which is, if it was inhabitable, let's discard this, all these structural failures, building degradation, and our guided tour, oversight visit, so that we can all by the mayoral committee on 20th March 2020, to proceed with the redevelopment and decanting of Metro House. Of the MFMA Act and National Treasury that this House votes on and passes the proposal. The entire process has been shrouded in secrecy. I say duplicity because at no stage was phase 1 brought to economic. However, phase 1, the inception phase, was started by Mrs. Helen Boertes, CEO of Joburg Property Company, last year around and culminated in the appointment of the project advisor, and this we find out in this report at the start of phase 2, that has been appointed. On the point of authorizations, this August House is being asked again to afford the CEO of JPC the power and authority to make decisions, but a blank check. Given the current performance of JPC, can we really trust JPC, even with the transactional advisor present, to be prudent and circumspect with our monies and to act in the city's best interests and not in that of interested parties? In the absence of a permanent CEO, what continuity are we guaranteed with the right to spending and decision-making? From the outset, we learned that this was sent to National Treasury for approval. We constantly were told by Mrs. Boertes that there were absolutely no financial implications for the city, that all costs were to there are financial implications for the city, with group finance confirming a advisor and project advisor, if they are the same person or group, and the city has to pay them. We are constantly being asked to trust in the process because external parties will be assisting to adjudicate. And I ask this House, who entrusts their money to somebody else without full information and checks and balances in place? We are told what steps that this feasibility study contains, and that the terms of phrases PPP, public-private partnership, refurbishment and redevelopment, as I see it, as there's no real detail in the feasibility study or what it will contain, but I see it as part of this building will be refurbished, part will be redeveloped, and we aren't really given what the costs are and what redevelopment costs are. Whether the entire precinct or part thereof will be subject to this PPP. We aren't told what type of redevelopment partnership will be considered in the feasibility study or what the actual implications are for the city. When this OSO plan was for the redevelopment of the precinct was first considered around 2013, the city's business landscape was very different. A beneficiary of this plan is this broken but beautiful building of ours, the Connie Bopela Chamber. Then COVID happened and work from home became a real thing, leaving many buildings empty. COVID ended, these buildings remained empty, and with lots of A-grade office space. These buildings were being sold at fire sale prices, but we didn't buy them. Instead, we opted to lease buildings. And one wondered why. We asked that question in this house itself. Now we know why, because that we entered into this questionable leases. We were told that the number of people that Metro House once housed, 3,000 people, they could only then house 65% of that, roughly 2,000. We are also told that city employees were being housed in 159 different buildings in and around the city. Are these people being brought back into the city and leaving the regions empty? We were advised that we were advised of a special urgent Section 79 meeting to discuss 45 urgent JPC property transactions, many of which were deferred back in November, and these have come back to this house relatively unchanged. These were 48 transactions, and lo and behold, number 45 was Metro House feasibility study. These items were regarded as urgent and were required by us to be considered immediately so that it could be brought to council. In reality, the items were pushed through so that it couldn't get the scrutiny it deserved. And it didn't, purely because we did not have adequate time to sufficiently interrogate this report. But it is here today, and it will most definitely be noted by the GLU. We in this house have a responsibility to our residents to protect them, to ensure their money is spent in an accountable and responsible manner that is open, honest, and transparent. And I see very little of that. But please let us do our duty and make the right decisions for the right reasons, and I thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reddy. UTM, Councillor Zikebe.
Speaker, the redevelopment recognize and appreciate the administration's commitment to addressing the deteriorating state of the Metro Centre. The reports from engineers and regulatory authorities have made it clear that urgent intervention is required to safeguard the safety of employees and visitors alike. The absence of a the years has exacerbated the structural deficiencies, and we for redevelopment. We also believe that the approach taken must be subjected to thorough scrutiny to ensure that it meets the long-term interests of Johannesburg residents. The proposed EEE model is one avenue that could provide the necessary resources and expertise while alleviating the financial burden on the city. However, we must ensure that it is structured for money, financial sustainability, and service delivery. EEE access in various contexts, but they also carry inherent risks. Cost overruns, contractual disputes, and inadequate risk-sharing mechanisms could compromise the intended priorities to ensure that the terms of engagement protect public interest and that due diligence is exercised throughout the process. Alternative consideration of a long-term development at least also presents opportunities and challenges. While it retains public ownership of the Metro Centre, it entrusts the private sector with significant. The viability of this approach must be carefully weighed against the city's long-term financial commitment. We firmly advocate for transparency and robust oversight mechanisms. We have seen the consequences of inadequate governance in similar projects, and we must not allow history to repeat itself. Our role is to enhance the discourse, ensuring that we avoid that will benefit our communities. The socio-economic impact of this redevelopment must also be a primary consideration. Job creation is a critical objective, and we must guarantee that opportunities are equitably distributed. Small, medium, micro enterprises, particularly those led by historically disadvantaged individuals, must be prioritized in procurement and service provision. Furthermore, we must ensure that this redevelopment project fosters spatial cohesion and urban integration. A centralized government precinct must enhance service delivery rather than fragmenting administrative function across multiple, and execution will be required to achieve these goals. Financial prudence remains paramount. The City of Johannesburg budget constraints necessitate careful fiscal management to avoid undue strain on municipal resources. Any long-term financial commitments ACDP obligations must be subjected to rigorous cost-benefit analysis. Therefore, as we move forward, we call for a comprehensive feasibility study that rigorously assesses all available models and their implications for the city's financial and operational sustainability. The redevelopment of the Metro Centre is a necessary and welcome step toward modernizing our city's infrastructure to the people of Johannesburg. Let us work collectively to ensure that this initiative becomes a model of efficiency.
Thank you, Councillor Zigebe. Action SA, Councillor Mohlala.
Thank you very much. Greetings to you, greetings to the fabulous 44, greetings to our guests at the gallery, greetings to all councillors, most importantly, greetings to the residents of the city of Johannesburg, and special greetings to Marcel. Speaker, I rise to speak on item 78, the redevelopment of the Metro Centre in line with the office space. The Metro Centre is a building that is approximately 50 years old, providing an office accommodation to the staff of 3,000 except the visitors of the city. Speaker, in an actual fact, this building requires refurbishment every 15 years. However, Speaker, none of that has ever happened under the former CEO, Mrs. Helen Portis, sadly. So, Speaker, finally, be done. Ka Sepedi re or ka Sesotho re at least ho ne le nko e tswang le mina. Speaker, we note and approve the implementation of the feasibility study for the redevelopment of the Metro Centre using the PPP model. However, Speaker, all we are calling for is the clear transparency and accountability from both the city and an interested private partners. By so saying, Speaker, we excitedly note and approve this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. EFF, Councillor Mulala.
Yeah. I'll be speaking on behalf of the EFF, not Councillor Mulala, since he's not. 26 committed EFF battalions, fellow councillors, and residents of Johannesburg. The EFF rises on item 78 to make it clear. We do not support the privatization of public property under the guise of redeveloping or optimization. The Metro Centre was allowed to deteriorate under the watch of the Joburg Property Company, despite countless reports, warnings, and safety risks. And what is the response from this government? No consequence management, no repairs, no regular feedback on the latest progress. Instead, we hear Instead, we noticed the metro building being vandalized, people living inside the building, office equipment being stolen, and a host of very negative things. And get this, still no accountability. No preventative actions of the current incidents happening under our watch. The metro building situation is similar to that of Sandton Civic Center, where local government was run for many years, and in 2010 became the headquarters for FIFA and the nerve center for running of the World Cup. Later, it was abandoned and demolished on the 15th of November 2015. Speaker, we are cajoled, massaged, coerced in attempts to be hypnotized into believing that here is a shiny new plan to hand over the metro center to private developers through a public-private partnership or long-term lease. Of course, there is a deliberate repair is inflated. As the EFF, we have long since 2014 advocated to build of this cogent and superior in logic document not only shows the government must never lease from others but building. We must receive money and spend less. That is basic and good financial capacity is all about. Speaker, as things stand, all the COJ employees are scattered and into leased buildings. Others, we are told they are working from home. But are we really working from home? Or are we really being efficient? Are we really integrated? We are even increasing the overtime, which is costly. The drawback is that COJ is planning to go for institutional review. How do we do this when we do not have a building to operate from? Because that is key. Speaker, we keep on repeating this. We say that in the division of revenue bill, the annexure published is showing us that municipal infrastructure grant is nil for the financial years 2023, 2024, 2024, 2025, as well as 2025 to 2026. We ask Council to buffer the cost of repairing the metro building through Intergovernmental Relations Forum, right through to Treasury, and ask for such grants to be allocated back to the city of Joburg. Let us be honest, the metro center collapsed not because of lack of money, but because of lack of leadership. The building was left to rot, and now, instead of holding anyone accountable, we are planning to reward private investors with long-term profits, while residents get rising costs and limited transparency. As the EFF, we demand a state-led refurbishment of the metro center, funded through public finance institution, grants from the Treasury to buffer the cost to repair, employ local youth, empower local suppliers, and ensuring democratic control over municipal assets. Let us not forget, public land is not for sale, and our public buildings are not for rental. The city must build, restore, and renew or sustain, not auction off public assets through the back door. Speaker, we agree with the first recommendations. However, we should have included a statement somewhere in this to return to Council for approval. That recommendation in its written form provides the CEO with autonomous empirical powers, which we can't allow. Municipality in its form and design is bureaucratic and therefore requires that science, not just delegate all these powers to the CEO. Also, Council should hold executive and administration to account and not the other way around. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. The Executive Mayor in absentia, the Chief Whip of Council, Chair of Chairs. I rise to table item 78, the redevelopment of the Metro Precinct in line with the office space optimization. The COJ's Metro Center is a building approximately 50 years old, providing office accommodation to some staff belonging to the COJ's legislative, executive, and administrative. The building's use and occupancy has increased over the years, and it currently accommodates a sizable number of 3,000. A building of this age requires refurbishment every 15 years. Risk to the occupation and its operation component at optimum performance levels. Speaker, the implementation of public-private partnership has been identified as one of the options for the refurbishment of Metro Center. The objective of this report is to obtain the approval from Council of the City of Johannesburg to commence with processes of undertaking a feasible study for the redevelopment of Metro Center Precinct. As I have indicated earlier that the building of this age requires refurbishment every 15 years, several reports have been provided to justify the need of this refurbishment. This is inclusive of engineers' reports, EMS reports, and on the 10th of March 2023, a report from the Department of Employment and Labor. The redevelopment through public-private partnership has been identified as one of the options. This would mean that a private company would be used with municipality either paying an annual or monthly fee. The PPP partnership might be done using one of the models that I'm about to announce. Build, operate, transfer, build, own, operate, design, build, finance, operate, lease, develop, operate, or we could use the option of a concessions. COJ is working with National Treasury for the public-private partnership of Metro Center following a council resolution to close the Metro Center and follow a PPP to develop it. National Treasury went out on a tender for the appointment of the transactional advisor for the PPP. The tender closed in February 2025 and is currently being evaluated. The transactional advisor will assist the city to package the property to attract private investors that will fund the redevelopment of Metro Center. The redevelopment of Metro Center is part of the bigger program of the office space optimization, which will ensure that the city stops private landlords, but instead uses its own properties to deliver services to the people. The public-private partnership process will also public-private partnership contract management. Group Finance has also confirmed budget availability and a transactional advisor appointed. Therefore, Speaker, as the African National Congress,
Siyabonga, Councillor. Sugu, are you filling in for Nisi? MMC Mabaso.
Meeting. All councillors that are present, the caucus all greeted. Speaker, I think I'm not going to get into all the issues that has been raised, but I do wish to give a background maybe for the colleagues to understand where I am with this report. I agree, Speaker, there was a report which was tabled in the Mayoral Committee of 2020. But this process that we are embarking on is as a result of a mandate that was given by council to JPC in a council that sat on the 12th of May 2023. And the report here today is as advised by the National Treasury. National Treasury said, before you conduct a visibility study, obtain. That's why we are here, and that is also contained in the report. Speaker, it was a council of 2023 which gave a mandate to JPC to conduct a visibility study. But National Treasury said, go back to council, and that's why this report is here today. The delay, Speaker, it's because JPC was waiting for National Treasury to appoint the transactional advisor. But over and above that, there is a project advisory as well. So there are many advisors to this process. Because we want, and I agree, the building is over 50 years. The building has not been maintained. So something had to be done. So, Speaker, recommendation 4 says, after the feasibility study has been concluded, the report must then come back to council for the council to make a determination. So all the issues that have been raised, I think they will be appropriate after we have done with the feasibility study. So let's just wait for the process to be completed. We will then make a determination on the way forward, because that's what the recommendation 4 actually says. The report will come back to council. But the recommendation 3, Speaker, says in consultation with COJ Group Legal to consider necessary to protect the council's interest. So we are not giving a blank check to JPC, because the interest of council is also covered in recommendation 3, and that's why it says everything that JPC will engage on, it must be in consultation with Group Legal so that the council interest is protected. And that is also covered in the report and in the recommendation of the report. So, Speaker, I will request that council approve the recommendations. Once the feasibility study has been completed, then the report will then serve in council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MMC Mabaso. Let me start with the recommendation for item 78. The recommendation are on pages 78.14 to 78.15. Is the item agreed to? Then, councillors, I'll go back to item 54 all the way to item 81 and read the recommendation. Item 54, the recommendation are on page 54.9 to 54.10. Item 55, the recommendation are on pages 55.8 to 55.9. Item 56, the recommendation are on page 10. Item 57, the recommendation 7.10 to 57.11. Item 58, the recommendation are on page 58.8. Item 59, the recommendation are on page 59.11. Item 60, the recommendation are on page 60.8 to 60.10. Item 61, the recommendation are on page 61.7 to 61.8. Item 62, the recommendation are on page 62.6 to 62.8. Item 63, the recommendation are on page 63.6 to 63.8. Item 64, the recommendation are on page 64.7 to 64.8. Item 65, the recommendation are on page 65.8 to 65.9. Item 66, the recommendation are on page 66.5 to 66.7. Item 67, the recommendation are on page 67.8. Item 68, the recommendation are on page 68.6 to 68.8. Item 69, the recommendations are on pages 69.5 to 69.6. Item 70, the recommendations are on pages 70.6 to 70.7. Item 71, the recommendation 71.6 to 71.8. Item 72, the recommendation 72.8 to 72.9. Item 73, the recommendation are on pages 76.3 to 76.4. Item 77, the recommendations are on page 79.4. Item 80, the recommendation are on page 0.8. Are the items agreed to? Thank you.
Section 79 committees.
Before Councillor Mohapi comes in, Councillor Christians.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when you first started off with item 78, there were yeses and nos, but you did not.
No,
Madam Speaker, there was, but you didn't say who had it, and you then went on to the others to read in. Can we please conclude 78 in its entirety, please? Because there was no's as well. Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Christians, I think we're all agreeing here. There was no no. There was no no.
Speaker, can that man take off his cap?
Yeah, then can you please note for the record the dissent of the Democratic Alliance on that item? Thank you.
And Councillor Christians, to avoid such things in the future, I think when you pick up that you are disagreeing with the House, you've got a right to call the Speaker so that we stop and you raise your point. Not to wait for the whole process to unfold, then you come at the end and raise that point. EFF, Councillor Mohapi.
Thank you, Speaker. Changes from the EFF caucus. From MPEC, number one, it's MPEC. In Councillor Nkosi, out it's Councillor Serrani. Public safety, in it's Councillor Mukasi and Councillor Mukwena. Out it's Councillor Zita and Councillor Mbambala. Housing committee, in it's Councillor Muyepi. Out it's Councillor Siema. ISD, in Councillor Muyepi. Out it's Councillor Chedu. Housing committee, oh, I'm repeating housing. Ethics, in Councillor Zita. Rules committee, in it's Councillor Serrani. Out it's Councillor Ngwenya. Corporation share services, in it's Councillor Dlad.
Thank you, Councillor Mohapi. Whip of Council, Councillor Zungu.
Greetings to yourself, Speaker. I rise to table the report on changes of membership and also ask the House to note the report.
Is on page 82.3. Is the item agreed to? Thank you, councillors.
We're now on item 83, and that's your 2025-26 draft integrated development plan, which is an IDP, and the 2025-26 draft departmental and municipal entities business plans.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to indicate to the House 84.2 up until 80 change in yellow, as well as 87. So because you said when we get, I requested to mention when we get to the budget items.
Councillor Christian?
Speak, even though it's for noting, and I was just wondering with your indulgence if you'll allow us.
Councillor Christian, when did you guys send that request?
Speaker, we spoke to the Secretariat yesterday.
That. I did not get that, so we'll proceed. Let me read the recommendations, councillors. The recommendations.
Thank you, Speaker. The Alliance would like to note our concern on those items, especially item 83, where we had requested a consultation with our ward. Has not been done. Thank you.
Noted, Councillor Christians. Councillor Run. Proceed with item 84. Legal. Can we please confirm? Councillors, Councillor Ran, we do still meet quorum. We are sitting at 178. So we are not breaking any rules of council currently. Secretary to council, you can continue.
Thank you. Councillors, we are now item 84, and that's the tabling of the 2025-26 to the 2027-28 medium-term operating budget and related documentation.
The recommendations are on pages 84.32 to 84.33. Is the item noted?
Item 85 is the tabling of the 2025-26 to the 2027-28 medium-term capital budget.
The recommendations are on page 85.20. Is the item noted?
Item 86 is the tabling of the first draft of the A3 performance improvement action plans for trading services reforms.
The recommendations are on page 86.2. Is the item noted?
Item 87 is amendment of tariff charges for electricity services for 2025-26.
The recommendations are on pages 87.12 to 87.13. Is the item noted?
Item 88 is amendment of...
Now that no, I heard. I heard no. I'm going to repeat. Recommendations are on pages 87.12 to 87.13. Is the item noted?
Item 88 is amendment of tariff charges for water services, sewage, and sanitation services for 2025-26.
The recommendations are on pages 88.9 to 88. Councillors, we are still in council. The recommendation are on pages 88.9 to 88.10. Is the item noted?
Item 89 is the request for approval of proposed waste management services tariff for 2025-26, a mid-term expenditure framework.
The recommendations are on pages 89.5 to 89.6. Is the item noted?
Item 90 is the amendment of tariffs of charges for 2025-26 financial year. That's for land development applications, building plans application, the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act, telecommunications mast and radio mast in respect of the National Building Regulations and Building Standards Act and policy and miscellaneous fees, and also advertising signs in terms of the city of Johannesburg outdoor advertising bylaws, the issuing of certificates and supply of information by the Corporate Geoinformatics Department, the supply of information relating to the Municipal Planning Tribunal.
The recommendations are on pages 90.5 to 90.7. Is the item noted?
Noted.
Genoteer.
Amendment of passenger fare structure of metropolitan bus services for the period 1st July 2025.
0.7. Is the item noted?
Amendment of the tariff fare charges for Ria via BRT for the period 1st of July 2025 to the 30th of.
Recommendations are on pages 92.9 to 92.10. Is the item noted? 0.5 to 93.6. Is the item noted?
94 is the request for council approval of amendment of tariffs of charges for air quality management services in terms of the city of 2021 for the period 1st July 2025 to June 2026.
is the item agreed, is the item noted.
Item 95.
Is 95.4 to 95.5 is the item noted. 9 is the item noted.
Item 97, sports facilities, recreation centers, and swimming pools.
The recommendations are on pages 97.15 to 97.16. Is the item noted?
Item 98 is the amendment of tariff charges for emergency management services for 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendations are on pages 98.4. Is the item noted?
Item 99 is the amendment in respect of miscellaneous traffic-related services for 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendation are on pages 99.4 to 99.5.
Item 100 is Joshua tariff proposal for the 2025 financial year.
The recommendations are on page 111. Is the item noted?
Item 101, it's Joburg Roads Agency amendment of tariff charges for 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendation are on page 101.4. Is the item noted?
Item 102 is amendment of tariff charges for cemeteries and crematorial parks, open spaces, nature reserves, and zoo for the financial year 2025-26.
The recommendation are on pages 102.6 to
Yes, and furnishing of information, that's for evaluation services for 2020. It's the amendment of tariffs of charges for the issuing of certificates and furnishing of information by the City of Johannesburg legislature for 2025-26.
5.4 to 105.5.
Item 106 is amendment of tariff charges, dishonored.
Noted.
Item 107 is amendment of tariffs of charges for the delivery of pre-termination notices for the 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendation are on pages 107.3 to 107.4. Is the item noted?
Item 108 is amendment of tariffs of charges for the delivery of final notices for the 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendation are on pages 108.3 to 108.4. Is the item noted?
109 requires authorization to engage the public on the 2025-26 draft rates policy.
The recommendation is on page 109.12. Is the item noted?
Lastly, item 110, which is the draft termination of property rates tariffs for the tabling in 2025-26 financial year.
The recommendations are on pages 110.10 to 110.15. Is the item noted?
Councillors, we proceed now with motions. With the first motion, recommending for the provision of...
Before you continue, Secretary of Council, Councillor Boo.
Sorry, Madam Speaker. I'm rising in terms of Rule 35(2) of the Rules of Council. And I've got a serious issue here, Madam Speaker, and allow me to speak about it. The last council meeting, we inquired about the illegal appointment of Helen Botha as the acting COO of the City of Johannesburg. And the MMC promised us that there will be a reporting council.
Councillor.
There will be a reporting council this month to ratify this decision.
What item are you on? We're moving to motions. I thought maybe you're going to say something related to what we just noted.
You must submit a motion on that.
But we can't talk about something else then.
Madam Speaker, I said I'm rising in terms of Rule 35(2) of the Rules of Council. Madam Speaker, can I continue?
Please hold on, Councillor Poo, legally is going through the rule. Do you want to hear what he's saying? Okay, Councillor Poo, they want to hear what you are saying, what you want to say. Councillor Poo, they want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We were promised last month, when we inquired about the illegal appointment of Helen Botha as the COO or the acting COO in the city of Johannesburg, that there will be a report presented to Council in March to ratify this decision that was made by either the mayor or the mayoral committee or the leader of executive business. We have still not seen this report. This appointment was an illegal appointment, and we need this to be ratified. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Councillor Poo, I've been advised that the rule you are standing on has to do with quarterly reports, and we are done. We are done with quarterly. Councillor Poo, it's fine. It's fine. We are done with quarterly reports. We'll move on to motions. Councillor Zikebe.
Speaker, just one thing. On the items that we've just noted, may you
Councillor Zikebe. Councillor Zikebe, no. Uyabasukela yabo. Councillor Echizonjoko.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to put on record the dissent of the DA.
Councillors, we are on the first motion, which is recommending for the provision of adequate water, sanitation, and electricity in Doornkop Extension 4 in Ward 50 in the city of Johannesburg.
I would like to call the proposer, Councillor Mabunda.
What's happening here? Thank you, Speaker. Thank you to the residents of City of Johannesburg. Greetings to our own members in the gallery. Thank you again to colleagues. Speaker, I stand here. Today, it's my birthday. Celebrate with me. Thank you, Speaker. I rise to table the motion. Motion recommending for the provision of adequate water, sanitation, electricity in Doornkop Extension 4 in Ward 50 in City of Johannesburg. Of EISD in terms of rules, in terms of Rule 89(2)B of Standing Rules and Order of Council of 2016. Noting that Doornkop Extension 4 Bambai referred as the forgotten place. It's one of the oldest townships in Soweto, City of Johannesburg. Since the dawn of democracy, the people living in this community has had no access to a proper service delivery, to live a normal life and dignified life has been stolen from them. As this is a direct violation of their basic human rights. As 2026. These conditions are an insult to the people living in this community for the past 29 years, with no access to a proper running water, sanitation, still using a bucket toilet system, and no electricity. To add an insult to injury, informal settlement popping up over the places has a better access to these basic human rights than the forgotten people of Doornkop Extension 4. All these contribute to the high level of crime in the community, such as rape, murder, housebreaking, robbery, gender-based violence, and the constant abuse of women and children. On the 18th of October 2023, 2 children burned down in the shack fire. One died and another barely survived in the hospital, but must live with these traumatic, deep-rooted scars inflicted to them by the government that has deprived them of their rights to have access to an adequate housing, as per Section 26(1), read together with Section 27(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We request the Council to resolve the following. In line with the mayoral priority, we request that the MMC of Environment Service conduct an agent oversight Doornkop Extension 4, Ward 50 in Soweto, to initiate a process to restore the dignity for this forgotten community by, number 1, identify challenges mentioned above and draft an integral proposal approach on how these challenges can be best addressed. Develop an integral and collaborative portfolio entity to implementation plan, which communicate timelines within 60 to 90 days. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mabunda, and a very happy birthday to you. Hope you have a blessed year ahead. Does the House support this motion?
Yes! Yes! Yes!
Okay, thank you.
Yebo! The yeses have it.
I'll move over to the seconder. Seconder, Councillor Pini. Councillor Pini, the seconder.
Also like to wish a happy birthday to our Regional Secretary, Councillor Mabunda. Somlomo, I, Councillor Lwando Pini, I hereby second the motion of the Doornkop. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councillor Pini. DA, Councillor Mayers.
Doornkop Extension 4, but as well as all 135 wards across the city of Johannesburg. However, Madam Speaker, given the resolution collaborative implementation plan in the next 60 to 90 days, I must point out that this motion should have been deemed inadmissible by the Programming Committee in terms of Rule 92 Council. The motion is having financial implications and Section 15 of the Municipal Fund expenditure only in terms of the approved budget. to council when many of our motions were similar and were also rejected at programming. I must just point that out, Madam Speaker.
Councillors, let's hear him out, please.
We are also concerned about the community of Doornkop. An expectation that will only leave this community wanting. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, I would also and also, seeing as we're in the celebratory mood, can we congratulate the DA because we saw that in Cape Town, Banele Majingo has come across to the DA. He's the leader of the ANC in Cape Town. He's now with the Democratic Alliance.
Good riddance to bad rubbish.
Councillors, we must be very mindful of the words we choose. Okay. I would like to call the next speaker from A, Councillor Rolson.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you all in the precious name of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Executive Mayor
Councillor Rolson, please hold on. Councillors, we are almost there. Unless you want to go home at 7 o'clock, but we are almost there. Let's just push the last bit, finish, go home. Councillor Rolson.
Greetings to you, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, Executive Mayor in Exemsha. Greetings, MMCs, honourable councillors, distinguished guests and residents of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, I rise on the motion recommending for the provision of adequate water, sanitation and electricity in Doornkop Extension 4 in Ward 50 in the city of Johannesburg. Madam Speaker, the ACDP shares the frustration of the residents of Doornkop Extension 4, Ward 50. The lack of service delivery that they are experiencing for 29 years is totally unacceptable, considering that the city of Johannesburg does have engineers and the experts to build that infrastructure. The ACDP echoes the call for urgent action to be taken to bring the necessary relief to the residents of Doornkop Extension 4 by way of electricity, water, and sanitation. However, the ACDP furthermore wishes to remind the city officials that it is not only Doornkop Extension 4 that is in urgent need of service delivery, but the greater Johannesburg area as a whole, where the deteriorating infrastructure is older than 50 years. The ACDP calls for urgent action to be taken to prevent our infrastructure from collapsing completely. Even the wealthier areas experienced water shortages for 3 days. The ACDP, but as it strongly feels that this isolated incidents of focus, the focus should be on the whole of Johannesburg.
Thank you, Councillor Rolson. Squaila is not here. MMC Mabaso.
I'm representing all my neighbors today. Should have been directed to human settlements, not ESD, as presented on the motion. And I think that should have been but two, Speaker, we sympathize with the residents of the mentioned. All of them are aware that the informal settlement is located on a land that is earmarked for a school. There was a petition, Speaker, that was submitted, and the response was provided that services cannot be provided because where the informal settlement is situated, Department of Education wants to build a school. So the matter is with the provincial government. And if you look at section 92, subsection 3, it says if there is an issue in any of the spheres of government, the motion should not be admissible in council. And that's why we are requesting that the legal must advise correct before submitting the motions to council. So, Speaker, it is a competency of council to provide services across, but it's not within our jurisdiction when it comes to this one. So subsection 5 also says, if it's within the jurisdiction of council, and this one is not within our jurisdiction. So, Speaker, we have engaged with the provincial government. So there are engagement and discussions around the intervention on the informal settlement. But I think it will not be correct for the council to give a mandate to the department to provide services there, because it's not going to happen. By law, we are prohibited to provide services in the informal settlement. But with all the interventions that we are putting in place with the provincial government, we will engage with the residents, we will engage with the leadership, we will engage with the councillor, we will then present to the leaders the interventions that we are going to deploy to make sure that they receive the services as required. But the motion cannot be passed in council. That will be unlawful of this council. Thank you.
I would like to call the proposer again to close the debate. Councillor Mabunda.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I'm very much disappointed. I'm very much disappointed to see that some councillors are pretending to be lawyers. Speaker, if the land was earmarked for school, why it takes 29 years? People are staying there, but they were never told anything. This is a clear indication that the city and the province, they don't care about the people of Doornkop. Community of Doornkop are watching now. Community of Doornkop are here. Community of Doornkop, when today you go out of this chamber, please know that there are certain people who are pretending to love you, political parties which are pretending to love you, but they don't love you. Speaker,
Councillors, let him close the debate. Muyekeni avali debate.
Speaker, can I be protected?
Councillors.
Speaker, as we are still in the spirit of human rights, the Chair of Chair just alluded that we must talk or fight for the better life of our residents in the city of Johannesburg. Nothing else. Thank you very much, Chair of Chair. Thinking along that lines, I think I must start talking to you to join those who put the residents first. Thank you very much. Speaker, I'd like to urge this House of City of Johannesburg, those who cares about the residents, to fight.
Councillor Mabunda, please wrap up.
Okay. Thank you very much, Speaker. I just want to say it is important for us to prioritize the benefit of the forgotten people of
Councillor
Ward 50.
Mabunda, please hold on. Councillor Echizonjoku.
Madam Speaker, I know I wasn't given chance to speak. I want to call on the point of order, Rule 72. I think it's important as councillors, Madam Speaker, that we do proper induction on the rules of council. Because this is a problem. Clearly things are not happening properly there with regards to what is admissible and inadmissible to council. Then we don't have this
Councillor
emotional
Belinda,
blackmail.
you are disturbing Councillor Mabunda in the middle of his speech to talk about this council chamber that you've been a councillor for how long? Councillor Mabunda, please continue and close.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I think our councillor, she's disrespecting this House. Speaker, as Action SA, we are committed to stand up for and defend the rights of our community. Speaker, the community of Doornpoort are watching right now. I'm asking this House, Speaker, to approve this motion. I thank you.
Colleagues, money will come.
Councillors, debate have been closed. All those, it's his birthday today. Happy birthday once again, RS. All those in support of this motion, please raise your hands.
You must advise your people, Speaker.
Colleagues, we don't have budget.
Councillors, you can lower your hands. All those councillors against this motion, please raise your hands. Councillors, you can lower your hands. All those councillors that would like to abstain from this voting process, please raise your hands. Abstain. You can lower your hands, councillors. Councillors, the results are as follows. Councillors who abstained is 4, the yeses 36, and all those against this motion 142. Therefore, the motion does not pass.
Councillors, we are proceeding with the second motion, which is recommending to the executive to fix and open Weber Street in Cell B, Ward 124 in Region F, and allow the business operations to run smoothly.
I would like to call the proposer for this motion, which is Councillor Nyamin.
Thanks very much, Somqolo. And our Gauland Wahoka, this Telum Kakwa Sidli Lifa. Mandibuli se ku umeya umphathi dolopi noba engekho nje saphumile. Dibulise kuswepu umntana kaManzini ndilandele ngokubulise kophetheyo osihlalo bozihlalo umntwana the son of the hunter Marema. Let me greet you. Let me greet all the chairperson of section 79. Dibulise o MMC abahle. Dilandele kama councillor, ama ward councillors, amahle asebenza nzima. Dilandele with all the councillors ngokwehlukana kwazo ngemisebenzi emihle abayenzayo. Dibulise kuzo zonke leaders ze opposition parties ezikhona. Noba ndiyambona nje Mrs. Councillor Belinda ngafuna ujonga. I greet you all the political leaders that are political parties that are present in council. Let me greet the officials that are here. And ukubulisanga Nobuhle we council. Then let me greet you. I think, Speaker, I need to be protected. The respect it needs is important that councillors must respect. If they're ill-disciplined, they must be taken into account. Then, Speaker,
You are protected. You are
I
protected,
vehemently
Councillor.
withdraw the motion. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mnyamin, after that long introduction. Phew. Okay.
We proceed with motion 3, which is recommending that a feasibility study be conducted for the expansion of Link Road at A2 Mall in Orange Farm.
I would like to call the proposer, which is Councillor Mukoka.
Evening, Speaker. In the interest of time, I would really like to withdraw my motion.
Progressive, very progressive.
Progressive.
Councillors, we are now on announcements.
Councillors, we are almost done. Please be reminded about the IDP session that will commence this Saturday. Please take active role in those sessions and encourage the communities in your respective wards to participate. We're starting in Region C.
We are now on closure.
Councillors, we have come to the end of our meeting. Thank you so much. We'll let you know of our date for the State of the City.
Recess.